theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory a thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it's Julie B and here with Scarlet and Karl. He's in the background, and we're going to be breaking down season 1, episode 4 of From in our rewatch as we get ready for season 4 coming next month. So there's the screaming goat.
Jade fixed you.
It's later than I wanted it to be. Sorry about the late time, but I just kind of have to fit these in whenever I can do it. And the time when I wanted to do this earlier, I started to get a spike in pain. So my pain has to take priority over everything else. And unfortunately, it's the boss. I'm not the boss of me. My pain is the boss of me. So so the live had to be moved, and I got it a little more under control. So now we can dive into this really pivotal episode in the history of From, A Rock and a Farway, where we first got introduced to the Farway trees and how they work. A really amazing lore building episode. One of my favorites. Every episode of season 1 was a masterpiece. 10 out of 10, if you ask me. Scarlet, thanks for being here. I know it's kind of late for you, but just, if it gets too late, I understand. Just let me know. I'm going to try not to go. We're not doing 5 hours tonight. I know I've said that many times, and then 5 to 6 hours later, here we are. But
yes,
but I'm really going to try not to, because I need to do better for the sake of my health. I'm going to try to limit it to maybe, 3 hours max is what I'm shooting for. This is an episode where I ended up not liking Jim after his great performance as the Chroma Knuckle in the last episode. Right.
Built me up just to put me down.
Yeah, this is where the one where Jim manhandles Victor, right? That's the one. So
Amongst other things.
yeah, I really couldn't stand Jim after that. Eventually, I did realize we need to have empathy for Jim because he has these anger issues and overprotectiveness of his kids because he lost a child recently and now he's trapped in a monster town. So I mean, he deserves some grace. He doesn't get a pass for assaulting Victor. Honestly,
Yeah.
like if this were the real world, he would have been arrested for that.
But it's not the real world. It's a
Yeah.
Or the priest is like, put him in the box.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the only penalty they have here. So
Yeah.
like
they got one law.
Yeah, so I guess assault is legal in
Just don't kill
Fromville.
anybody.
Yeah, assault is legal. There are no criminal repercussions for assault. Jim can violently grab Victor, an older man, a man older than him, and shove him out of a building. He can violently grab Jade in another episode and haul Jade out of his house. Randall.
Yeah. Go ahead. I was gonna say the people in Colony House are constantly stealing each other's stuff.
And Randall beat the shit out of Colony House, some Colony House guy, and there was a consequence for him, which was him getting kicked out of Colony House and having to live on the bus.
Yeah, that was actually probably worse, really, in some ways.
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty consequence. So at least something happened to him, but nothing, legally binding. And eventually Marielle felt sorry for him in season 3 and let him move into the clinic, even though he was still an asshole to her even after that happened.
Yeah.
So anyway,
you can't take that. I was gonna say you can take the ass out of Detroit, but you can take the Detroit out of the never mind.
Yeah, that sounds weird. Let's say hi to what?
I said it early.
Yeah. Let's say hi to the chat. Hey, Christine Jellybean. Nice to see you. Hey, Michael. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Ça va
mal?
Ça va mal. Ça va mal. Toujours. I'm always doing bad, just physically speaking. In terms of my pain, it's always bad. But you learn to live with it. And 24/7 pain, you have to somehow enjoy life anyway. So I do what I can.
Is it bad?
It sounds like they're saying bad.
Exactly. It's like a chorus.
That's about it. That's my answer to that. Hey, Amy. Hey, with Alice. Hey, Miss J's reviews. David Agile, nice to see you guys. JT Moore, you guys were in here earlier, and sorry once again I had to move the time, and I appreciate everybody's understanding and the fact that a lot of the same people managed to come back later, even when it's very late at night. I really appreciate it, and your empathy. Like Rose here, feel better, Julie. Thank you. And Amy said the same thing. Feel better. I have the pain a little bit more controlled now, so I guess you could say it's sort of better. It's never gone, unfortunately. It's always there. Hey, Gabrielle. Gabrielle said, no matter how many times I see my Fromville every week, it's never enough. Yeah, there's no limit to it, really. It's never enough. As a fan before I had a channel, I was in every live stream I could find for From. And the only reason I don't do it now, I'm not in every live chat now, is just because when you have a channel yourself, that's kind of the max you can do on your screen time with YouTube. I need a break from YouTube sometimes. I watch TV, but I do have to take some time away from YouTube some of the time. But yeah, I still go in live chats when I can. And more empathy here from Gabrielle. Hope your pain is getting better, Julie. We understand. Thank you very much. Thank you for your understanding. I know it must get annoying. It's got to be annoying to people sometimes when they see oh, the live stream is starting at X time, and then, oh no, it's not. Never mind. Oh, it's starting an hour later, and then an hour later than that, and it's out of my control. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't be taking care of myself, and I just can't. I used to be able to neglect myself and stay on here all night, even when it caused me more pain. But now it's come to a point where I don't have a choice anymore. The pain has taken over. It's to the point where I have to do what it's telling me to do. I have to try to get it under control. It's just it's getting out of hand. So there's no other choice. I'd be on here just suffering and barely able to think straight to talk to you guys. So what's the point in that? I'm not going to get any enjoyment out of that. And it's not going to be as good of a show at all. I won't be as coherent, and Gabrielle said, I also rewatched the last deep dive, and your sadness and frustration about your pain was so heartbreaking. Hope you find relief wherever you can. Thank you. I was embarrassed by what happened. I lost it at the beginning of that stream, and I couldn't get it together. It's very hard living like this 24/7 with never ever being pain free. And then having, not just that, but severe pain every single day and trying to keep it under control nonstop. It's hard to just keep my cool and pretend everything's fine and be stoic about it. Sometimes I'd just lose it. And so that happened. But thank you for your compassion and understanding. And, I felt like people are just going to be turned off by that and not going to want to keep listening to this stream. Somebody's an emotional train wreck, but that doesn't seem to be the reaction anybody has. So that means a lot. I don't want to scare people away. You're not here to listen to my problems. We're here to talk about in this case. But I really appreciate that you do listen and you care. Everybody out there, it means a lot. When I was alone and I had nobody, this fan base, this fandom was everything to me. It lifted me up when I was alone. I was completely the most alone I had ever been in my life. And so now things are different, and I have more in my life now. I'm not alone anymore. But I'll never forget how much this fan base was there for me when I was all by myself. And I mean, not completely alone. I had my mom, but we have issues. I won't even get into that. We have issues, and we kept opposite hours. I would be sleeping all day from pain and depression, and she'd hardly even cross paths with me. So anyway, I'm rambling, but this fan base is still my only family that actually matters outside of my mom in terms of my blood family. Forget it. I mean, they don't care. And the only ones who care, I've sadly lost them at this point. So the only ones who cared, and you guys filled the void. So sometimes the family you choose is better than the family you're born into. And now Karl is here with a new avatar. And it's cologne. It's another one of Karl's loves. Cars and cologne.
Well, there's a boy in white, there's a man in yellow, and now there's a man in black.
Yeah, that's the man in black cologne. That's a favorite one, huh?
It's very special to me. It was given to me by the only person that matters in this world to me.
Oh, I'm glad that you liked it. Beehive Girl, nice to see you. Glad you could make it. I hope this isn't excessively late for you, and I hope your migraine is getting better. She was watching the replay of our last live earlier and leaving comments, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for watching the replay. Everybody who watches the replays, I see that and I appreciate it every single time, and leaving comments. So I know you were there watching it. That's awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. I know we don't always stream at hours that are doable for people to be here live. So watching the replay, that's amazing. I'm so grateful to everybody who does that. And to everybody who watched my new video, the first From video that I've dropped in over a year, and the first scripted video overall since maybe July, August. So it's been a while, and I was rusty, and it took a lot to motivate myself to get it done because of the amount of pain I'm in, but I got it done finally. It only took me a month or so, but I got it done. And in that time, that new From promo image came out, so I added an addendum. I added to the video that I had already planned to make on the From season 4 teaser. And so now I had some new material to add. At least I got that out of the amount of time it took me to make it. And I really appreciate everybody who's watched it. And if you haven't, it's the latest video on my channel, and it's linked in the description of the video, of this video here. So give it a like and a view if you have a moment. I'd really appreciate it if you haven't seen it yet. I worked really hard on it, and I can't thank everyone enough for taking the time to watch it. And I was worried because it took me way too long to get it done, but just seeing the response has given me some motivation to keep going. And remember, I still have a creative outlet. No matter how much pain I'm in, I can still use this creative outlet to kind of distract myself, at least for a while, from it, and just put my mind on something else, so I'm not obsessing over what's wrong with me. I'm obsessing over this crazy TV show instead. Great.
Yeah.
It's
You
great.
gotta get your priorities right, Julie.
Yeah. So it's great. So now I have motivation to get to work on my next videos. I'm going to do 2 more. I have already 2 more ideas for my next 2 theory videos, and it's going to be a lot of work, but now this gave me the boost I needed. I'm going to get to work and get those videos done before season 4. And Miss J, thank you for the well wishes. I'm feeling a little better than earlier tonight. Hey there, anyone. Nice to see you. Hey, Michael. And JT Moore, thank you for coming back, for being here earlier. Appreciate it. And David was also here earlier and came back. B said, to all the names, hello. I have a pretty bad headache and I'm using my phone, so having trouble focusing my eyes on all the different names. Very friendly of you, B. I'm so glad you found our community. Thank you so much for joining us. You're a lovely person. I can already tell that. And I just love hearing your ideas and what you have to say on From. We can always use more kind people to join the fold here. Let's see, Rose came on back. Nice to see you again. Football Affinity. Who the hell made this fire? I like that. Would be Mr. Gregory AI, who made the intro to the channel. Yeah, he's good at what he does. He's very, very good. I'm really grateful to have this intro. I always wanted a crazy From oriented intro. It does have some other TV shows in it, but it's definitely predominantly From, and I love that, and I love the song. I always wanted an intro, and now I have it, and I'm psyched to have it for season 4 of From. Oh, Sugared Sage, nice to see you, Kels. You are the sweetest. Talk about compassionate people. Speaking of compassionate people, here's another lovely human being. Love you, sis. Love you too, Kels. You're wonderful. And I hope all is well with you too. Love Bug. Such a sweetheart. She has a really cool, interesting channel too. So I'm gonna see if I can find the link and drop it. I'm gonna see if I can.
Who is it for?
Sugared Sage.
Oh, here, I'll look for it when you keep saying hi to everybody.
Okay. Thanks, Carl. We're gonna find your link to the channel for Sugared Sage and drop the link for her. Thank you for the support, Football Affinity. That means a lot.
Is that
Thank
her
you.
right there?
Yes, that's her channel right there. Hey, adorned by Charisse. Nice to see you. And that's a channel too, isn't it? Adorned by Charisse.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a channel too. I don't know if she's active at the moment, but she's got a channel with 1,000 subscribers actually. Let's see, is she? Yeah, I don't think she's actively doing stuff with it, but Charisse, if you do start doing anything with your channel actively currently, let us know so we can get the word out and drop your link. We'd be happy to help. Kels, thank you. I can use all the prayers I can get, so thank you so much for saying that, really. Samuel says, sounds like you found a doctor who listens. Hope you found out what's wrong and that you get the care you need. Well, from your lips. It's funny you say that because I have a doctor tomorrow I'm going to see who I'm hoping is going to be better. And it's on the recommendation of someone else who has chronic pain. And she couldn't get anyone to listen to her until she found this guy. So I really hope I have the same experience. So I'm nervous about it, though. I always expect to be disappointed at this point. So hopefully he'll be a positive change tomorrow. Anyway, let's see. Who else is in the chat here? Hey, Chili Outside, welcome. Is there a reason Ethan is the only kid in Fromville? I feel like there's something more to this. That's a common thing that the fandom has talked about, and I think maybe there's a reason for it. I don't think that necessarily every cycle only had 2 kids. That's been a common theory that there can only be 2 kids at any given time. It's possible, but I don't think so. I think in the 1978 cycle there were more than 2. In the massacre scene, you could see there was a body of a little girl laying in one of the shots.
Shoes on, yeah.
With tap shoes on, yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I think the entities pick people for specific reasons, and in some cycles it may vary how many kids are there. And in this one, it just so happens that it's just Ethan and Julie, who's technically a minor. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, but I think that it might be that they're trying to get kids out of Fromville because of the imagination of children creating a lot of things in Fromville.
Right. So if
it's all my theory coming out soon.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if children's imaginations are manifesting things in town,
yeah,
then they could be summoned there. They could be chosen for certain purposes. So,
but you don't want too many of them,
right? Because if you, that's a good point. Because if that's happening, imagine if there were a lot of children at once, it could wreak havoc. Children have vivid imaginations.
And imagine they all have tap shoes. Forget it.
Hi Jen, nice to see you down under. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining. Samuel said Sarah's arm having the letters reminded me of Boyd and Martin's worms. Similar look. Yeah, a lot of people thought back then that maybe she had worms under her skin too. But if you pause it and you look and you compare, it does look like it's just a wound that forms.
It looks like she cut herself with it. Cut the letters into her flesh. Yeah.
It looks like it looks like a wound.
Which makes you think about Sarah's backstory.
Yes. Jen says, do we need to keep Sara away from sharp objects, or are we happy with the slashy stabby? Honestly, I think that they weren't cautious enough about Sara. How did they know that she wasn't going to harm anyone else again after she tried to unalive Ethan? I mean, come on. And they Boyd found out what she did, leaving the door open at the clinic. I think, I mean, they don't think that they know that she unalived Toby with her own hands. I don't think anybody knows that. But would that change anything? Probably not. I think they'd still be protecting her. And that's fine, but you also got to protect everyone else. I don't think she should go in the box, but I do think that they should have taken more precautions. They should have kept her under lock and key for a while to at least make sure that she wasn't going to hurt anyone else. They should have kept her at this, in my opinion, at the sheriff's station so she could be watched.
Or if she has a seizure or does anything or communicates with anything, somebody's trying to communicate through her, it would be good to have people around to see that.
Right. Absolutely. She shouldn't have just been left to her own devices to go off on her own. I really think she should have been kept locked up there. Wouldn't have been, a horrible punishment, nothing like the box, but just to protect everybody else and keep an eye on her. I think that's what should have happened.
Some half step in between killing people and like being set free, like in that little cell they have where Frank was.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's where she should have been. Sara also brought up the cicadas. She might be deeply connected to these insect plagues. Yeah, it could have been like what she said could have been true, that Nathan's fear of cicadas may have manifested into reality. I think that may have actually happened for real. Cherise, okay, so Cherise did stop posting, but yeah, if you ever do start posting again on your channel, we'd be happy to help promote. And there's Sugared Sage's link. Check out her channel. Let's see. And Amy has a new gaming channel just for gaming. So she dropped her link right there. Check out Amy's new channel for gaming. That's smart of you, Amy. So diversifying doesn't work well with YouTube channels. You should pick a lane and stick with it for each channel, or YouTube won't know where to put you in the algorithm. So that's smart. A channel just for gaming, and then if you have other interests, then you keep that separate channels. That's how the algorithm works. That's what I was told. And Sara strikes me as more of a praying mantis type.
Oh, that whole like kissing and meeting, then killing, yes.
Right. I'm with Alice. Megan goes out, Ethan comes in. That's right. The timing was interesting. One small child dies, another comes in. There's something to that. There may be something to that in terms of the replacement theory. Maybe only one small child in town at a time, but I don't know. In 1978, it was different. So I don't know. But that's a great point. And JT Moore says, does Tabitha and Jade remember all the cycles now? And yes, I haven't forgotten about the Lost stream. I am going to be doing it. This week wound up being way too packed for me to fit that in. I have a lot of medical stuff going on this week. I have doctor's appointments. I had an MRI the other day. And it's just been really, really stressful. My pain has been horrible. So I'm thinking I'd like to do it next week, the Lost stream, to discuss Lost and the parallels with From. So I just need to find a date and plan for that. So I will be in touch, Jay. I haven't forgotten, and I'm going to DM you to discuss that.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time.
Yeah, so I'm going to DM you, Jay, in Discord and discuss that. Absolutely. I can't wait. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to do that. I've been waiting a long time to be able to talk Lost and From combined. I really enjoyed the show. And
what lies in the shadow of the statue? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, as far as Jay's question, it's interesting because somebody left it's interesting that you should ask that, because somebody left a comment on my new video today. It was a comment that basically told me, like, this is how it is, instead of saying, this is my theory, or instead of saying,
now you're going to let's sit down for this one.
Yeah. I just have an issue when people don't preface what they're saying with, this is what I think, or I believe, or I'm theorizing, blah, blah, blah. And they just say, no, this is how it is. And and telling me I'm basically wrong about something. And it's like, you don't know this. You're making assumptions. So it's not, we don't know if Tabitha and Jade remember everything from all their past lives right now. But there was somebody who left a comment telling me that there's nothing Julie can go back, and I said in my video that Julie is probably going to gain some information from story walking into past cycles, and she can share that information with Jade and Tabitha. And he was saying there's nothing that she can go back and learn that they don't already know, because they remembered everything. And so they'll know everything now. We don't know that, actually. We don't know that.
Well, they'll also know nothing from the time that Victor was alone to the present time where they're in Fromville too. That's one thing.
Yeah, they won't know anything about that. And I'm sure they weren't everywhere all at once in town in every cycle. They didn't witness literally everything that ever happened in town. They're not
like that movie.
Yeah,
everything all at once.
Yeah, they're not omniscient, and they didn't see everything that happened. And if they knew everything from every cycle, if they were somehow omniscient,
they wouldn't be there.
They would have figured a way out by now.
Yeah,
they would have broken.
Plus, there was some time when Eloise was probably by herself as well.
Yeah,
all this time when Miranda and Christopher aren't around, there's stuff happening.
Right. Now, in the season 3 finale, we found out that Tabitha and Jade remembered their original lives, and that they had a daughter who got sacrificed, who they failed to save along with the other children. That's what they found out, and Tabitha remembers being Miranda and being Victor's mom. She remembered that after escaping, meeting Henry. She started having flashes when she came back of memory returning, and she hugged Victor and remembered being Miranda and getting killed. That's it. We don't know anything else about what they remember, and I have a feeling that they're not going to remember everything yet, that the memories are going to come maybe bit by bit. It's not going to be all at once everything. I think they'll definitely remember their original lives pretty clearly, but maybe not everything. It might be a little hazy. I don't know, but at the very least, there's an enormous amount that they won't be privy to, stuff that they weren't physically present to see happening.
Well, even the scene where future Julie runs in on the man in yellow, neither Jade nor Tabitha are in that scene and know what's going on. There's lots of examples. Like anything that goes on a Colony House. If they were in town.
Yeah. David says 7 concrete slabs, 8 seats on the merry-go-round, 7 sacrificed, 1 boy in white. It could be. I mean, there are 8 seats on the merry-go-round, and Miranda painted that as well. There's 1 seat with a child missing from it, so it could be a clue that the boy in white was a child who got away, and that there were supposed to be 8. Gabrielle says they let Sara just walk around the town after she killed multiple people. Right? This is what I'm saying. Thank you. This is what I'm saying. Don't just let her wander around freely. At least lock her up for everyone's safety. You don't know what she's going to do next. You have no idea.
That's the problem when you only have 1 law, Julie.
Yeah.
You got to have more than 1 law.
Yeah, like you need, like Samuel said, community service or jail. Seriously.
She should be mopping up the Colony House floor or something, you know?
Yeah, work release.
Washing the walls.
Yeah.
God knows what's on. Cleaning the couch. Took everything black light.
Anyone? Yeah, I know, right? Gross. Anyone says also how easily she fell back in line close to Mrs. Liu, knowing she opened the door. I'm currently rewatching episode 4 now, and that was so sly. She had no problem faking. Yeah, I know. She felt guilty as hell, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to. I couldn't imagine looking her in the face after doing something like that. Well, I mean, I would never do something like that, but I mean, who knows what anybody would do when having the mental illness Sara has and being influenced by these entities in this place, whatever entities spoke to her.
Yeah, because something spoke to her. I feel like she's a victim, and then she just tries to do as good as she can, which seems to be kind of contradictory, but she's trying to be a good person.
Right. Like Gabrielle said, I do think she could be rehabilitated, especially since multiple people in town see visions or hear voices, treated like a medical condition. Right. It's so nice to see you too, Gabrielle. Jen says everyone thinks they can fix Sara. Yeah, the men all think they can fix her. That's they sure do.
They like a little danger.
I can fix her. Yeah, sleep with one eye open. Hopefully, when you wake up, you'll still have both of them.
Yeah, some people only got one eye.
Yeah. Screwdriver eye Elgin.
I don't think she even got Elgin even got made out to before it though.
Yeah, I think you skipped that step. Jen said, I don't know if this is wrong of me, but I liked Sara's second attack. Well, you're not the only one. A lot of people liked that she stepped up for Boyd, and they thought it was badass. I didn't really think it was badass. I thought it was horrifying, taking out Elgin's eye.
Would that be her third attack? Because she did attack Nathan and kill her brother.
That's true, yeah. I guess that'd be the third, but
I thought that's what they were talking about. It was like people enjoyed that she killed her brother. I'm like,
she must be talking about the Elgin one, because I know a lot of people liked that and thought it was like, they called it gangster and like a badass thing that she did that.
You gotta get your information.
Yeah. Gabrielle, they need to set up a rehab clinic for anyone being manipulated by an evil spirit, and that's where they should have also put the alcoholic instead of the box. Yes, I agree. You're hearing voices, seeing visions, come to us.
Yeah, show us on this doll where the entity touched you.
Yeah. Let's see. Jen says when people disagree on opinions, they tend to accuse the other of wearing a tinfoil hat. Yeah, I hate that. I don't like when people present their theories as fact instead of saying that this is what I think or I believe. None of us know for sure.
Or they try to have complete ownership over a theory that probably 100 other people have also had, just because there's a lot of people that watch the show.
Yeah, we're all following the same clues, so you don't necessarily own this theory. We can independently come to the same theory using the same clues.
Parallel thinking.
Yeah, happens all the time. Jay said, "Are Victor and Ethan brothers now? Why did Victor's mother bring the violin to Fromville? What's with the music box? What's the association or connection?" Yeah, Victor and Ethan are kind of like pseudo brothers now. Yeah. They're like reincarnated soul brothers. I don't know. It's weird.
Soul brothers.
Yeah, they basically are.
And he's kind of related to Jade and kind of related to Henry.
Yeah, a little bit. So yeah, it's sort of, it's like a family now. And if they could just get Eloise back, then they'd be a complete family reunited again. Well, no, they lost Jim, so it wouldn't really work. It would be, it would be Tabitha with her 2 husbands and all of her kids. Imagine that. That would be like the most fucked up family sitcom ever. Tabitha, her 2 husbands, her 3 husbands, Jade, Jim, and Henry. Mm-hmm. And you got...
I think they showed this on Fromville Matters when they had that clip.
Yeah, you got Ethan and Julie, and then Victor, and if Eloise came back, she'd have all her kids, and she could have had all 3 husbands there, too. Like, most fucked up family ever. The violin, I think she just brought it. Well, yeah. I think Miranda knew what she was doing, and it's almost like she was trying to get there, but it was
I think what she was going to do is drop the kids off to school and then go look for the Faraway tree, or maybe play music by the bottle tree, or whatever she was planning.
Right. Maybe
but she got stopped beforehand.
Yeah, maybe she just carried her violin around with her.
Yeah, a lot of
She's
musicians do.
really into music, and
Yeah.
she was probably bringing the kids to school or something.
I mean,
Um,
Victor with the lunchbox makes me think they were going to school.
right, and the music, music. I mean, music is really integral to the show. I think it's a common trope that entities and spirits in horror use music to try to communicate with the living. So I think like spirits of the dead and these weird non-corporeal entities like the boy in white or the man in yellow or both could be using the controlling the jukeboxes to try to influence people. Music has a powerful ability to manipulate people's emotions, and that's why I think the jukebox is being employed. Look what it did with Boyd. Some entity played that song for him. If I had a boat, that was the sign he was looking for from his dead wife, and there's no way his dead wife was the one who did that. That was, I think that was an entity, whether good or bad. I'm not quite sure, but it was trying to convince him to go out in the woods and do this. And I don't think it was Abby though doing that.
Yeah,
It
but
might,
I think this is the episode where Blue plays on the jukebox too with Tabby and Jim, right? And they remember about that great summer in Texas.
yeah, they hear their song come on the jukebox, and all of a sudden they act completely different toward each other. They start communicating openly in a healthy way. Jim talks about his feelings, how he feels broken, and he expresses himself to her instead of closing himself off, and she does the same, and it's because the song is influencing them. So that's why I think a helpful entity is also you controlling those jukeboxes. Maybe the boy in white, maybe the spirits of the dead trying to help.
Except for Celebrate.
Except for that, yeah. So it varies. It could be
Yeah.
the evil entity at times controlling it, or sometimes a helpful entity, or the spirits of the dead.
Maybe in the spiritual break room, you can go up to the jukebox and use it.
Yeah. um Gabrielle, yes, wait, mopping the orgy house is unironically a great punishment. It really is. David says, remember is the key secret word. Victor's arc and the cycle of grief ended with Victor remembering the truth from the deluded fantasy he had with Jasper, a mnemonic device. Right. Yeah, yeah. He had to remember. That's right. I mean, remember really is key. He had to remember the real flashback. It wasn't Jasper talking to Christopher. It was the boy in white. That was key.
Boo.
And then in season 2, he had to remember that he had a sister. His flashback changed because he realized he had a sister. He wasn't alone when his mother left him in the root cellar. So remember is definitely a key word, not just for Tabitha. Let's see.
But Jasper not coming to life and walking around Colony House with a, joint in his hand was, one of my biggest upsets.
That was a big letdown. I know. Well, and there's an interesting theory I read. I don't remember who said it, but the theory was that if basically the Ankui kids they need the monsters to remember that they were their parents and that they sacrificed them, and if Jade and Tabitha can get the monsters to see those kids and remember who they were and that they did that to the kids, then it could break the curse. I'm not sure about that, but it's a really interesting theory that the kids are trying to get Tabitha not just to remember but also get the parents of those kids are walking around the same place and don't even realize the spirits of their kids are trapped there. So I liked that theory. Maybe I would entertain that as a possibility. David said remembering themselves and the sacrifice will be how they let go and move on or free everyone. Yeah, remembering things definitely seems to be the key. That's why I thought that theory definitely has merit about the monsters. Remembering who they were once human and what they did to their kids. I'm with Ellison. Maybe there's only one. Maybe that's why there was only one child at a time in town, the 8th child. Yeah, maybe it's symbolic of the 8th child who potentially got away. Hey, Bill Chill, nice to see you. I like Sara just as broken as she is. See, there we go, right there. Yep. Gabrielle said, "Yeah, I did like her taking Elgin's eye, but they got to punish her this time." Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, will they punish Sara? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they'll excuse her behavior again.
Well, will they punish Fatima or just put that on Sara?
Yeah, Boyd will definitely cover up what Fatima did because he puts family before everything, and she's family to him now. And I think he'll definitely excuse what Sara did as well, and it's going to cause a divide, a schism between Boyd and versus Acosta, and there people will take sides. I think for sure.
Yeah,
Boyd's going to lose that sheriff's job. I think
maybe there'll be 2 factions.
Yeah, I think there will be 2 factions. Boyd, I think a majority will probably turn on Boyd. He'll lose the sheriff's station. Maybe Acosta and Kenny will run that, and Boyd and Donna will be on the other side this time at Colony House.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. The truth is going to come out. It always does. He's not going to be able to keep that a secret, I think. Let's see. Yeah. Gabrielle says, is the jukebox a clue or is it just a whimsical haunted jukebox who plays fucked up songs? I think it's definitely a clue. That was just a weird trolling moment. That was expert level trolling by the evil entity. Celebrate good times when Kenny was grieving, but yeah, I do think it's a clue. It's a way to manipulate people through music. Music has an incredible power to manipulate people's emotions and actions. And that's the whole point. The biggest, that's one of the biggest aspects of my theory, that most pivotal aspects of my theory of how everything works. I think there are 2 entities that are both trying to manipulate people. And what's a great way to manipulate people? Music. It's a great tool for that purpose. Manipulating people like chess pieces. That's what's going on here, I think.
Like in Last Train to Clarksville in this episode.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm ever going home.
That was a really fitting song choice, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
David said, I am thinking the town massacre might be the representation of the flood of blood.
Ugh.
That's gory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Clearly music is important to this story. That's right. David, I look at the violin as a link to myths, legends, and folklore, like the lyre in Orpheus with Eurydice.
Lyre.
A lyre?
Yeah, it's an instrument.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A little harp.
Okay.
Weird name for an instrument.
Yeah.
It's a lyre.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's why they chose the violin. The writers chose that.
It's kind of like Orpheus and Eurydice kind of reminded me of Fatima and Alice.
Samuel, I want to see Jade put his hand up Jasper to Ankui at least once. Me too. That would be that sounds so wrong. That's great. David, was that you who posted that theory I was talking about with the how the monsters need to remember their children? Is that what you're referring to? Because I was trying to remember who said that. I want to credit the person who said it. Jen said, I am looking forward to season 4 so much. Julie time walking, the man in yellow, the memories resurfacing. I think it will kick serious. Oh yes, I think so too. It's going to be epic, I think.
Yeah, if you don't
Um,
want to do watch parties with us, TV's Doug Hughes will be in attendance,
yeah, Doug is gonna
watching
be
us freak
watching.
out.
Yeah, Doug Hughes said he's gonna be watching with us. Our man in yellow himself is gonna be joining our watch parties for season 4, watching us lose our shit, as he says, because he says we're gonna lose our shit when we see the actual episode that the teaser scene is from, where the man in yellow says, "What happens next is my favorite part." He said we're gonna lose our shit. So his words. And he said that on a live stream where, this is stuff we're allowed to discuss. He said it publicly. So it's going to be really fun watching with him. And I will stream every episode when it drops, just like last time. And we'll have a lot of fun with that. And in the meantime, we're going to do more watch parties for the rewatch. So those are kind of sporadic. I don't have a really good set schedule for that. I'm going to try to do better so that people have enough notice. And last time I did one, I didn't give a lot of notice. It was the same day. So we got a few people. I will do better next time and try to give at least a day's notice on when that's going to happen. So keep an eye on the Discord notifications if you'd like to join us for the rewatch parties. Let's see. And having all notifications enabled on YouTube is a good idea too. Just because I have to postpone live streams due to my pain level a lot, unfortunately. Yeah. Gabrielle, Father Khatri has been on his neck about this since season 1, and he hasn't gotten better. The schism is going to be hard to watch. That's right. Boyd is stubborn, and he didn't listen to Khatri in season 3. Khatri warned him not to torture Elgin, because this is going to start breaking him, and that's what this place wants, to break him.
On his neck? How ironic.
Yeah, how ironic. His neck. Khatri would know how to...
He knows about necks.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be hard to watch. Boyd didn't listen to Khatri, and he tortured Elgin. He said that, there's no coming back from this. If you do this, people aren't going to see you the same way again, and they need you to be their leader. But he didn't listen, and it's going to happen. There's one episode title called Heavy is the Head, I believe, which that I think that's going to be about Boyd. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Yeah, and it's hard because I love Boyd. He's a great character, and I understand all of his choices too, but that doesn't make them right. I agree, Gabrielle. Kenny and Acosta will F up big time. Oh yeah, it's going to be a train wreck. Kenny and Acosta, it's going to be bad. This has already been foreshadowed that Acosta would be in charge. Boyd told Kenny, Acosta can't be in charge. It has to be him if anything happens to Boyd. Boyd's Parkinson's is getting worse, and he told Kenny that he has to succeed him. Well, I think that's foreshadowing that Acosta will wind up in charge, at the very least, working with Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny will just get rolled by her personality.
Yeah,
he's gonna be like, okay.
But he'll like it, Carl. He'll like every minute of it.
Yeah, he will.
Well, of course, but it'll be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyone, so you did find out how to change your YouTube name. Okay. It's your email. Now, what do I change it to? It's hard to pronounce, an annoying past nickname. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if it's supposed to be anyone, or anyone. But yeah, whatever you're into, just think of some, something you're into, or you could just use your name. Some people, like, Gabrielle, Jen, David here in the chat, just use their actual name. You could always do that. You could do your first and your middle name if you don't want to share your surname. I don't like to do that publicly, so sometimes I used to use my first name and middle name in the YouTube chats. We love Doug. That's right, Amy. We do. He's an amazing member of our community. It's going to be wild to have him with us for this ride of season 4 now.
Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas.
Yeah. Yes, it is. I can't wait. I can't wait to, to dive into this and see what Doug has to say about as things go along. He can, if he feels like it, he can come on and talk to us about whatever appearances he made as they air. That would be awesome. Hopefully he'll be able to do that. I don't see why not. He'll be allowed to, once things air, he'll be allowed to talk about it and come on and chat with us. Cannot wait. Let's see. Anyone said I'll be losing sleep. My baby will have to watch from content. Imagine if his first real word is "ankui." I better start saying it to him. Oh, it's too funny. Ankui. I could see a baby being able to say ankui too. That's not too hard to pronounce. That could totally work. So I am butchering it. How do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? It's anyone.
Annie noni.
Yeah. Yes. That's a good idea to make it something that people can easily pronounce. Yeah. Every time I see that, I'm like, oh, I don't know how to say this, and I just wing it. With Alice says, it seems to me that all they needed to do was follow Elgin to locate Fatima. Yeah, they could have just waited to see where Elgin was going to go and followed him. Kenny will be Acosta's footstool.
Yeah, we'll see that erotic scene in season 4.
Yes.
Her actually just sitting on him.
Before we get started with the episode, let's see. I saw a new picture. It's not anything that exciting, but I saw a new picture was shared on Instagram. A new behind the scenes shot was on the MGM Plus page, so I'll just show it. It's just Boyd and Donna at Colony House, and I'm telling you, it's gonna be Boyd and Donna against Kenny and
the gun. You focus on the gun.
Yeah, I was trying to zoom in a little on just them. There, that's a little better. It's gonna be. Look at how the two of them are standing together like this. I already believed this, but now looking at this, it just strengthens my belief that it's going to be these two against Kenny and Acosta this season. It'll be two factions.
Old versus young.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's going to be different now. When I saw Boyd with the binoculars in the teaser, it just reminded me so much of season 1. The last time I saw him with those binoculars, it was because Colony House and town were divided, and he was looking up the hill to make sure Ellis was getting inside okay at sunset. And now he's looking through binoculars again, but this time he's standing at Colony House in the teaser, and it just made me think this time it makes sense. This time he's going to be at Colony House with Donna, and they're going to be working again. It'll be them against Kenny and Acosta, who'll take over the sheriff's station.
Inverted, right? Like in the From trailer,
yeah,
was upside down.
Yeah.
Night was safe. Now it's not. It's flipped. Yeah, that makes sense.
Multiple things are flipped now. That now daytime isn't safe anymore, and the trees were upside down at the end of the teaser, kind of indicating that their lives will be turned upside down this season. And I really can't wait to see what's going to happen with that. It looks like, look how they're standing facing each other, and Donna's looking at him, and it's like they're trying to figure out what they're going to do next. They're conspiring. They're putting their heads together. It doesn't look like they're at odds. It looks like they're standing together. Just judging their posture and their body language. It doesn't look like they're against each other in this moment. It looks like they're working together.
Like he's considering something that she just said.
Yeah.
He's looking off at like, yeah, you're right. That couch shouldn't be there, or whatever.
Yeah, we should move the couch.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, just another little glimpse into season 4. I wish there were more. We've only gotten 2 pictures that I've been able to find that are really high quality pictures from season 4. Everything else that's come out is just behind the scenes stuff that the actors have shared, which I don't have access to a lot of it because I don't look at Instagram every single day checking out everybody's stories before they disappear to grab all these behind the scenes pictures they drop in there that disappear after 24 hours. I hate that. So if they don't post it in the permanent spot on Instagram, I just miss it. But this I was able to get because it was permanently posted there. So Samuel said Gen Alpha versus Gen X.
Isn't more Gen Z? I thought Gen Alpha was born in 2020.
Yeah, I think it would be Gen Z probably. Samuel, I was thinking Donna and Kenny might ask Boyd to step down. Well, I think Donna and Boyd will be on the same side because Donna allowed that to happen on her watch. Donna let Boyd torture Elgin, and she didn't stop it. So I think she'll be guilty right along with him. They'll be on the same side this time. Anyway, so that's that. I'm gonna pull up the images I have from season 1, episode 4, which is a really important one in the history of the show. Again, one of my favorites, and it gave us the reveal of the 1978 massacre, and young Victor, how he was the lone survivor. And I'm really excited to make a theory video that I have planned. I have a theory video planned that is going to be pertaining to the 1978 massacre. I finally have a theory on what caused it, what happened, how they all got murdered at once, and that's something that's always bugged me, not having a theory on that, but I do now. So I'll save it for the video, but I have a theory on that, and also the cicada entity factors into it. Martin factors in to the whole thing. He's going to be part of the video. And what was the nature of Martin? And could Randall find himself in a similar position as Martin in the future? Not turning into Martin. I don't believe that Randall is going to be Martin literally, but could Randall wind up like Martin? That's something else I'm going to explore in the video. So just a few little teaser points there, but I'll save it for the video. I am going to get to work on that soon. And the other one I'm going to do is, well, I have one that I need to make on Julie and what I think will be revealed about her story walking, like the major event that I think she was responsible for. So there's that too. But
I may make a guess of that one in my own head.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is also mine. Yeah, we share the same brain.
Yes, we do. And I've said it a lot of times on the streams as well. So anyone who's followed the streams has probably already heard me say it like 50,000 times by now. In the past year that we've been talking about Julie's story walking, over a year now since season 3 ended. So I gotta be careful of some of these really gory images on YouTube. Yeah. So I'm gonna go buy the really gory ones fast. But Victor, this is how we know who this is right away. They already help us out by giving him the same haircut that Victor still has at 50 years old. So they help us out with that, and they have him dressed in a similar way to adult Victor as well. He wears similar like button-down shirts, plaid, but it's that disco lunchbox is that's the giveaway. So we know it's him.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. Yep. And then if that wasn't enough to help us out, it flashes from a shot of young Victor to a shot of adult Victor right back to back, and they're
Mhm.
both of them in their button-down plaid shirts with the same haircut.
Yeah, I also do that a lot of Yellow Jackets too, between the teen version of somebody and the adult version. I never noticed it until I looked at it, and I was like, yeah, I guess that's a clue for people that can't follow.
Yeah, it definitely holds people's hands to help with that.
Yeah.
And 31 people. Awesome. 31 people watching. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream. And please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. I'm getting closer to 2K subscribers. The milestone is a little bit closer than it was a few days ago.
Closer than close.
I picked up 13 subscribers from the new video I put out. So that was really awesome to see. Finally, some significant movement. For me, that's a lot. That's significant movement for me.
I bet you the closer you get to where From starts, or maybe even when From starts, you'll hit 2K.
Yeah, if I put out the rest of the videos I have planned, that might put me over the top. It's the videos that do it. It's not the live streams. I don't know why. I don't know. I guess because a lot more people watch videos versus coming to live streams. And
well, the videos are only like 20 minutes long, and this is like 5 hours.
Yeah.
It's more of a commitment.
So sorry. Yeah, so like the videos are what got me most of the subscribers, and I haven't made any scripted videos in a long time, so the subscriber count has been stuck at 1.9 whatever for a long time, and now it's moved up to 1.96k from 1.94k a few days ago, and so that's great. I really appreciate that. So yeah, if you happen to be listening to this and you're not subscribed, yeah, please help put me over the top. You can be one of the last 40 or 30 something subscribers to help get me there. Because it's that close. I just need 30 something more people. And we'll do like a fun, some kind of celebratory stream when we hit the 2K. I mean, we have so many regular streams to do that we'll probably just make we'll just like make one of our regular streams like also a celebratory stream at the same time. But you know, it'll be cool to hit a milestone after being stuck for a long time. And anyway, so also I should mention the Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of the video. If you want to join, we'll be doing more rewatch parties for From every week. Just make sure you have your notifications enabled, and I'll announce when the next one's going to be within the next couple days. We'll probably do one tomorrow night, and then we'll do another live stream Friday night, Saturday night. We'll do the next live on Saturday night, I think.
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. I think that's not 100%. I might change my mind and make it Friday, depending on how things go this week. But I'll update the schedule in Discord and on YouTube community posts. And yeah, the Discord, we'll be doing the rewatch parties, and obviously I'll be streaming the new season when it comes out too. Anyway, so back to the photos. Victor is drawing Julie sleeping. And I don't know if this is a plot hole. This may be a plot hole, but other fans of the show have remembered that Victor later says pictures are for things that are gone, and pictures are for things. Well, other people have said pictures are to remember. Pictures are to remember. Why did he draw Julie sleeping? Why was that necessary?
Because he met her in 1978, Julie.
Yeah,
and she was gone. Now she's back.
Yeah,
he's gonna be gone again because she's like that.
Yeah, I believe that he met her in 1978, and that's why he's so comfortable with her, even though she's a stranger to him. I really believe that he already met her.
Stranger danger.
and she story walked to 1978. She met young Victor. He doesn't remember her consciously, but he's so comfortable with her, even as a loner who never talks to anybody like he does with her on that first night when she was tied up in the chair. So, and then he draws her. It's, at the time we didn't understand a lot about Victor, so, but we just thought that's creepy. But now looking back, this could have significance, him drawing her. And he also, one time later in the season, Ethan tries to give him a picture and he refuses to take it, saying pictures are for things that are gone. So yeah, it's interesting. So it could be evidence that he met her, and to him she was gone because she left. Maybe that's what he meant by that in this case. Either that or it's a plot hole.
Yeah, or else she could just disappear again.
Yeah.
I don't think it's plot hole. With all the timey-wimey stuff, I don't think it's plot hole.
With the attention to detail that this show has, it's doubtful that it's just a plot hole. I hope not. I really hope it's not a plot hole. I love her reaction when she wakes up and sees him watching her. And it's such a creepy trope, watching someone while they're sleeping, and he's drawing her on top of it, this creepy older guy. And she was already creeped out by him. She like snatches the blanket up and covers herself with it. It's like she doesn't know that he's not being pervy and ogling her as a minor laying there like in a cute little dress. It's weird. And he has some dialogue with her where he's like, how sometimes there, these things that you think were dreams, but then you actually start to remember that maybe they weren't dreams and they actually happened. And
I had a dream that I saw you in 1978.
Yeah. It's interesting that he has this conversation with her, isn't it? Of all people. He's starting to remember. He says, I'm starting to remember. And he's remembering 1978 more, and he's talking to her about it. Why is he randomly talking to her again about that, of all things?
He's starting to enkui.
He's starting to enkui. It's interesting, and it's more fodder for my theory, which I'm definitely going to be making a theory video on this soon. About Julie story walking back to that time and what I think happened there. And then he gives her the drawing and she looks at it. Like, she makes the funniest facial expressions. It's pure comedy. And then he leaves her alone, and Trudy shows up with her weirdness.
Trudy. Love her.
Yeah.
Meredith, her pillow.
She gives Julie her pillow, Meredith, saying that they share everything there. So, and she says everything.
Literally, huh?
Yeah. She said
later on.
Yeah. Everything you love should have a name or something. That's why she named her pillow Meredith. Yeah.
Might be crucial to later on.
Yeah. So, yeah, Julie, she's wearing Julie's clothes without asking her. And Julie notices that, and then that's when Trudy offers her, she's like, she had given Julie her pillow Meredith to use because they share everything now. So Julie definitely doesn't like that, and she's just a kid. She's a teenager, and now it's one of a few reasons why she starts to wonder if she made the wrong choice. You can see on her face that she's starting to wonder if she made a mistake moving to Colony House and leaving her family. She does not like that this girl is wearing her clothes. Don't mess with a teenager's clothes without their permission. Oh God.
Yeah.
I just went by Frank's mutilated body. a little unexpectedly.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was. I forgot that they showed Frank's really nasty body.
Mhm.
And this is Boyd's penance. Now he has to clean this up after he's the one who built this box and enacted this policy, which was supposed to be just a deterrent, not something he ever expected to use. And Frank put himself in there, but in my opinion, they should have stopped him. They shouldn't have let him do it. Frank was wanting to unalive himself, and that's how he used it.
You see, it has a tumor.
So
It's not a tumor.
then Sara goes to work, and I don't know how she can live with herself going to work every day, seeing Mrs. Lou crying over the loss of her husband after Sara was responsible. And Tabitha wakes up in the kitchen after sleeping there all night. And there's still
She wants to be in the darkness because he wants to open the drapes.
Yeah, they have it all closed up, and they're still. This is where it's clear that they're still grieving their child Thomas.
Yeah, but she says something really interesting. She says that Thomas kept them up all night. He would cry until the morning, and just to spite them. And I'm thinking this reminds me of monster stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
That Thomas has almost made a monster because he kept them up all night, and then
right.
That was in my notes.
Yeah, that's a good point. She said it was almost like he did this on purpose, and then when the sun would come up, he'd go to sleep. Like, my work here is done.
Like a monster. Because I thought maybe Ethan made a monster out of Thomas, or Julie causes blah 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 in Julie's video.
Yes.
Involves a telephone.
Mm-hmm. It involves a couple different things, I think Julie did.
Yes.
I don't think Julie is going to be responsible for everything.
I think she got in front of Toby's car.
You think she's
just like the worst story walker ever? She just messes up. She's like, oh shit. Whoops.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying, here, let me see if I can predict your prediction. You're saying that Julie story walked back to 1978 and told everybody disco's dead, and they all fucking massacred themselves. Is that what you're saying?
No.
No? Are you sure? Don't lie. If I got it right, you just say it. Go on.
No.
She took this lunchbox and threw it on the ground.
No. That's not my theory, but good catch. Good attempt. But no.
But I thought it was interesting that they said that Thomas kept him up all night. I thought that was something.
Yeah.
Day-night dichotomy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plus Ethan in yellow.
Yeah, Ethan in yellow. Ethan in
You
yellow.
probably heard that.
Yep. Ethan in yellow shows up, and
His younger brother's a vampire.
yeah.
Hey, Nerd, what are you doing?
I'm looking for my phone.
I'll call it right now.
Yeah, it disappeared.
Sure did.
So, okay. Yeah, my notes are on my phone, and now I can't find my phone.
I have some notes.
Well, I haven't checked in with the chat too, so I'll do that.
All right.
And let's see. Football Affinity said they kind of showed us what happened in the Miranda vision. The monsters were just killing everything. We don't know why they decided to do everybody at once, but we kind of know the cause of death.
Hey, there, you don't hear it?
Not necessarily, because no, I don't hear where is it?
I heard something.
Yeah. We by the time we know how Miranda got killed. It was at night and she was trying to escape through the faraway tree in the woods. Sounds like it's coming from the bedroom. So but we don't know how everybody died. I don't think it was I don't think the monsters just suddenly were able to kill everybody at once. There had to be something else going on. I don't think it was just the monsters massacring everybody at once.
Yeah, I had to feel like it's kind of like speculation at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe Endgame? Question mark.
I don't even think. I think the answer is actually pretty obvious. And I don't even. My theory doesn't even have to speculate much at all. There's like zero speculation. It doesn't mean that it's right. But the way that I think it happened could have happened without having to speculate to get there. So it's an evidence-based theory. It's not just, oh, maybe this happened and maybe that happened with a bunch of logical leaps. Because I've had theories like that before about the massacre of 78, but there were too many assumptions. This theory I have now doesn't have any assumptions in it. It's something that it's based in evidence that we've already seen on the show. So yeah, I'll be putting that out soon. So stay tuned for that theory. Speaking of music being important to this show, Disco died when Victor went missing. Yeah, Disco was dying at that time.
I kind of like Jim's hair, what he did in this episode.
Yeah, I don't really like the man bun thing. It's not my cup of tea. I like his hair better, just loose. Hey, AA, nice to see you. Oh. Let's see. Victor really needed to get it together at first, but now he's my literal fave character. He's in my top 3. My top 3 are Jade, Boyd, and Victor. I couldn't stand it if they killed Victor off. And yes, with Alice, Victor has protected the entire Matthews family at one time or another. They definitely seem related or family. That's an excellent point. And it is like they're all family because of the reincarnation angle. So it's interesting how he happened to save Julie, Tabitha, and I mean, he hasn't really saved Ethan from anything as of yet, but Julie and Tabitha, the night of the Colony House massacre, he saved Julie, and then he saved Tabitha down in the caves. And it turns out that he's connected via reincarnation to Tabitha. So it's really cool when you think about that. They've been drawn back together, and he was meant to be there to help them in the future. That's cool. Let's see. Got ghosts? No.
Yeah.
Football says, I agree, it's definitely more to the story, but the way the bodies were mutilated definitely looks like the monsters work. That's not the only way that people have been ripped open on the show. Think about how else people have been killed on the show. And there's an example in season 2 that was not done by the monsters, but it looked like the monsters could have done it. And it's not Sara in season 1, it's something else from season 2, and it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget because it's not a major character. But I'll just leave it at that and save it for the video. So yeah, Ethan comes in, and they kind of go back into parent mode and have to put aside their grief for their other child who they lost. And I think they do a pretty good job at that. It's not easy having to grieve a child and show up for your other children, and they don't always do it effectively, to be honest. They're not always effective parents, and they make a lot of mistakes. They make a big mistake with Ethan coming up this season.
Even this episode, they made a big mistake with Ethan.
Yeah.
They're not good parents.
Yeah. So, but they're doing the best they can, working with their grief, and it's not, it's easy for people to judge when they haven't experienced what they've been through. So I do have empathy for them as a family. So yeah, I think Jim and Ethan head off to the diner, and Tabitha stays there by herself. She's having one of those days with the grief over Thomas.
I'm just saying, this is the seeds. This is the seeds of Ethan's morbidity.
Yeah.
What's in the cart? Do you need help? What's in the cart, Boyd?
Right? Yeah.
Let me see, Boyd.
Yeah, because Boyd puts Frank's remains into the cart, and then he takes it down the street, and Ethan comes out and asks Boyd, "What's in the cart?" That's an awkward moment. Boyd has to play it off like, it's just some tools or something. Like,
I have to take to the priest. Bye, kid.
Oh, yeah, that was awkward. That was really awkward. I I found that kind of darkly comical.
Yeah, I think it was funny, actually.
It was.
Nothing to see. Then it last train to the Clarksville plays.
Yes.
And a booth and nobody in it.
Yep. It plays all by itself, the haunted jukebox again. So, yeah,
Like
they
some
come
monkeys.
in. Huh?
Like the monkeys.
Yep. So yeah, Sara greets Ethan, and it's kind of creepy knowing what she did, seeing her get close to a child. It's like, Sara needs to be kept away from children and sharp objects at this point.
Yeah, she says the VIP seats, but I think it's just a regular booth.
Yeah.
I like that she says that Kenny's mom can make a Salisbury steak from a tire iron.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, and I finally found my notes. I've been trying to search for them this entire time. I got my notes. And the stuff that Victor was saying at the start of the episode is it really speaks to the theme of dreams versus reality, not being able to remember which is which. And in this place, it's kind of hard to discern the difference anyway, when there are waking visions, waking dreams. It's easy to get confused by what is going on, what's real and what's not. And so when Victor is talking about that, it just jumped out at me as a huge theme. I'm starting to remember things that I thought were dreams. He said, how you dream and you forget, but later you realize it wasn't a dream and all of it maybe really happened. I think I'm starting to remember things that I thought were dreams. And it's such a recurring theme, dreams versus reality in this place. And is that really a firm binary? I don't think so. In this show, I think the lines are blurred between dreams and reality. I think that people's dreams and nightmares can manifest real things into reality. So like the cicadas, maybe Nathan's fear of cicadas created them, brought them into reality. And other things that don't make sense, positive things like the livestock in the woods. There shouldn't be livestock in the woods. Those could be manifested by dreams of the children in town who want to be able to eat, like But
Want some milk?
right, exactly.
Thirsty kids.
Yep. So let's see. So yeah, that Jim and Tabitha. Another note I had that they're handling their grief really differently. Tabitha is having a much harder time letting go and being present for her other kids, and they were headed for divorce because they're in two different places in that grieving process. She stays behind while Jim and Ethan go to breakfast. She's having nightmares and crying a lot. Thinks maybe they're being punished for not taking better care of Thomas. So that is a really interesting detail. She said she told Jim maybe they're being punished for not taking better care of Thomas, and that it turns out that was an instinct that was right on that she was having. She is being punished, but it's not Thomas she's being punished for. She's being punished for failing to save her original child from the original life here with Jade. She failed to save her daughter with him, and now she's being punished by being brought back again and again to this place. And it almost makes you wonder, like, you know, the loss of Thomas kind of parallels that original loss. Was Thomas taken from her? Did some Fromville entity make sure that somehow another child was taken from her as penance in this life too? It were events manipulated in such a way? Like, you have to wonder sometimes, like, did some Fromville entity cause that to happen? Some people have thought maybe the man in yellow made the call and caused Thomas to fall off the table and die. Or was it Julie by accident, not intentionally? Story walking Julie did it.
If Thomas called himself.
You think what?
Thomas called himself.
Or Thomas called himself.
Because he was on the radio that one time.
Yeah. Now, Jim here is adapting much more to this new normal of being in Fromville. He's much more calm and goofy with Ethan, and being silly with him. He's adapting better than Tabitha. His ability to just quickly realign his mental furniture and accept the new normal of living here parallels the way he's adapted and accepted the loss of their baby. Whereas Tabitha is still going the law. I mean, he's still grieving. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, he takes a little trip into the bathroom here in the scene.
He goes in the bathroom and cries by himself, but he gets it together, and he's there for his existing kid. But Tabitha is struggling to do that, and she's still going over and over that day in her mind, stuck in the past, which is a really common thing with grief and other trauma, being mentally stuck in the past, which is why later in this season, when she has a dream, she hears Thomas crying and the phone ringing from that day when she lost him. She's carrying that guilt over that moment, that split second when she turned away and Jim answered the phone. Thomas fell and died. But Jim, he's putting on a brave face. He's being here with Ethan, but at the mention of Thomas, when Ethan mentions Thomas over breakfast here, he does go in the bathroom and cry a bit by himself. And he doesn't show vulnerability with anyone, and that's actually a problem. He's kind of the opposite extreme. Tabitha is all raw emotion, and he keeps all his emotions bottled up and hidden from everybody too much. Even with Tabitha, he doesn't open up and show that he's hurting too, and he just keeps telling her everything's going to be all right, and she tells him to stop saying that and to say that he's hurt and scared like she is. She says, at one point she says every time he says it's going to be okay, he makes the rest of them feel like they're doing something wrong. They're all dealing with this trauma of the loss, and now they have this new trauma being here, and the way each parent is dealing with the new trauma here mirrors the way they're dealing with their grief over Thomas. So I think that's really well done thematically. it was Jim's idea to go on a camping trip, actually, not wanting to give up on their marriage. And Tabitha thought, she was like, did you think this would actually make things better magically? And he just wanted to hold on to it. And he's said that by keeping everything together inside, he's just trying to keep a grip on things, and it won't do any good to get hysterical, but he bottles things up too much. And so they're kind of struggling with dealing with all this new trauma and their existing grief and marital problems. So, we should cut the Matthews some slack for not being the best parents. They're human beings. And so Boyd drops off Frank's body at the churchyard, and he's still scoffing at how a holy man like the priest Katri could want him to do this to Frank.
Yeah, I have in my notes, are you going to maintain in your little service that you're the one who wanted him dead?
Yeah.
I love
that. It's kind of weird for a priest. So yeah, it's another great interaction between Boyd and Katri. And then we have Jade hanging out at the root cellar, and Kenny shows up. Wait a minute, I lost my place. Oh yeah, and Katri had said they don't leave much, do they? Related to Frank's body. It's still unknown if the monsters eat anything out of these people. Why are so many organs missing? Why did they take so much? What are they doing with the organs? It's another lingering question. Let's see. Trying to find my place again. Okay. So Jade shows Kenny the cellar, and Kenny says it's empty. But Jade tells him he saw a guy crushed by a boulder and screaming that disappeared, and a symbol was drawn on the wall. Kenny says the first few days are hard for everyone, and the brain can't understand what's going on. But Jade tells him it wasn't a hallucination, that he has a healthy imagination and built a software company purely based on that, and he's done a fuck ton of drugs, but he knows what he saw was really there until it wasn't. He knows the difference between a hallucination from drugs or something that actually happened. And I know what he said about building a software company based purely on imagination spawned some theories that maybe this place had something to do with Jade's software company, like it's a simulation or something.
Simulation.
He said there's got to be an explanation, and none of you fucking people seem to be looking for it. And he's right. He's that new person who doesn't understand how everyone got so complacent that they're not looking for answers anymore. And he's right about that. But that's what happens. People just learn to live with it, and they do ask questions, but eventually they just kind of give up and go through the motions. And that never happens to him. He has a fire lit under him that never goes out, because he's driven to figure this place out. That's just how his mind works. He doesn't understand how everyone else can just give up. And he's on a quest for answers. It's like what he's doing. It's what he's doing from now on. It's basically like what he did in episode 3, looking for clues to get out of the escape room. But now it's serious. He's on a quest to try to piece this together and figure out this puzzle. And he later compares it to a puzzle, saying they all have random puzzle pieces that don't fit, not even the good ones like the edges, in a later episode. So So yeah. So that's that scene. I don't know why people are so incredulous that anything wild like happens here. Here's the thing. The monsters, that's not normal. That's not normal at all. They shouldn't be surprised when someone says some other crazy shit happened, but
Yeah. I
for
remember some
them,
other things in the series too. I think Christy says something about some baby. Oh, that's crazy. I'm like, what?
yeah.
That's crazy?
Yeah.
Look at where
But
you are.
look where you are. But for them, this is their new normal, is the monsters coming out at night and transforming from human looking things to, creatures who can rip you apart, and that's their new normal. That's what they all have accepted as normal now, and anything outside of that they still are incredulous about. That's how it works. That's the psychology of it. I know it doesn't make sense to us, but that's just how it is, because none of them have seen those weirdo visions that happen to certain individuals. It's not something they've all commonly experienced, so they reject it. Jade's visions are unique to him. Tabitha's Ankui kids are unique to her. Elgin and the kimono lady, like certain things only happen to certain individuals. Sara and her voices. And it seems like certain people are targeted with certain things, maybe for that very purpose, so that other people won't believe it. Make sure these entities make sure that nobody else can see what they're seeing, so nobody will believe them. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder about that. To isolate them more, to make it harder for other people to, accept what they're saying is true. And Jade's visions, I mean, what's causing his visions? Is it a helpful thing that's, is it a helpful entity giving him these visions, or is it an entity trying to drive him insane? That's something that I've struggled with a lot, trying to parse that out. But I mean, it could just be knowing now that he was reincarnated, his past lives is, he's kind of having memories of his past selves, but in these visions,
It's almost like his past selves are coming to him, as opposed to Ankui kids coming to Tabitha.
right. I think his past selves are, yeah, his past selves are appearing to him in these visions. And I mean, I don't think they're the actual ghosts, but I mean, maybe they could be actual ghosts. Either that, or some entity is trying to drive him insane by showing how all his past selves died in horrific ways, or a helpful entity is giving him these visions, trying to warn him. This is what will happen if you don't figure this out. You'll meet some horrible fate like your past lives did. I'm leaning more in that direction now. This is supposed to light a fire under him and show him what will happen if he doesn't get his shit together. But the thing of it is, these visions make him so freaked out that it's kind of a distraction. That's why I a lot of times I've leaned toward an evil entity giving him these visions, because it seems like it's an impediment to him figuring out what's going on. Sometimes he gets so freaked out, like when he, on the other hand, it sends him down a more mystical path, and that's the path he needs to be on. Like, for example, when he's up in a tree later in the season and he's helping Jim with that, working on that radio project, that was never going to get them out. But all of a sudden he has a vision that distracts him from it. And it's the Civil War soldier chasing him, and it freaks him out so bad that he runs off and doesn't help Jim with the radio anymore for a while, and he's just drawing the symbol over and over like a maniac. Maybe that's a good thing. A good entity sent him those visions because it's trying to redirect him to the mystical side of things. The answer is not going to be found in trying to build a radio to get a signal out of this place. So that's what I'm leaning toward now. A helpful entity is sending him these visions. And the helpful entity, I think, is the boy in white. Or the boy in white is an avatar of that entity, I guess you could say. over at the diner, Ethan tells Jim that he thinks it's probably a quest. This is so important. All of Ethan's dialogue we should take note of. Literally, I do. I write it all down. He says, I think it's probably like a quest, a hero's quest. Like Norman has to go onto the Lake of Tears. We probably have to save somebody if we want to go home. That's what Norman had to do. Sometimes I pretend that's where Thomas went, that he's on a magical quest, and if I try, I can help him save the kingdom. Okay. Well, he's right about all of that. It's a hero's quest, just like he said. Tabitha and Jade are like the Chromonockles in that other story on a quest. And Norman apparently also went on a quest to the Lake of Tears in that story, which is a separate one. And they do have to save somebody if they want to go home. They have to, I think, save the souls of the children who are trapped there. Either that or they literally have to stop the original sacrifice and save the children, literally. It's all tied to those children. So he was right. He was absolutely right. Now then there's the Thomas thing. I just think that Thomas stuff is in there for thematic purposes, not because Thomas is going to be part of the storyline going forward. I think he died, and that's it.
But Nathan imagines cicadas and feared them. Maybe Ethan is bringing Thomas back to life in some way with the power of his imagination.
Well, maybe, I guess, like as some
on the radio.
If that happens, it would be some weird entity that's only tied to this place. I think that wouldn't be able to escape and go home with them. Like, like it would be some weird entity like the cicada entity that's just tied here. Because I don't think that he can just resurrect people from his imagination. I think that's where it stops. Like, I think they can probably the children can probably manifest things, but bring someone back from the dead, I just can't see it. But you never know. They bring up Thomas an awful lot for a baby who died before the events of the show. But I think it's for thematic purposes. I think it ties into the Matthews journey, their grief, and thematically it fits in perfectly with Tabitha and Jade having lost their child. And that's how all of this started. They failed to save their daughter and the other children. Tabitha feels guilty for the loss of her child in this life. So thematically, it's a great parallel. So it's like, they have to help their original daughter. They have to help the other kids who were sacrificed, and their spirits are trapped there. That's what I think, anyway. So, and let's see. Tien Shen brings over more food. And see, Jim, after Ethan says all that stuff to Jim, he does have his emotional moment. He listens to him talk about Thomas, and he doesn't get worked up in front of him, but then he does go in the bathroom and cries. And this is a moment we should really have empathy for Jim. He's doing the best he can as a father after unspeakable loss. Imagine losing a child like that. And he's like, look what he's doing for his son. He's doing the best he can, and just holding his grief in so he doesn't hurt Ethan with it. Tabitha couldn't even show up, go with her existing child and have breakfast. She just stays home and works on unpacking.
Yeah, and that weird room that has a red curtain, a yellow curtain, a blue curtain.
Yeah,
that's always so weird.
Yeah, I find that interesting. The three major colors of the show.
I was gonna say, any color theory people in the chat. There you go.
Yeah, the red, yellow, and blue right there. It jumps out at me. Once you start noticing the colors in the show, the way they feature certain colors, you can't unsee it. So, um, so Victor comes in while Jim is in the bathroom, and he sits down with Ethan. He tells Ethan that the trees have moved 4 inches closer, and says, since they're closer, that's bad. Why? Why is that bad? That's one of the lingering questions. Why is it bad that the trees are moving?
Well, my first question is, why are the trees moving? Trees don't normally move.
Yeah. There's a lot to question about that. Could be what Michael has said in the chat. He said, maybe this is some kind of like weird bubble dimension and it's collapsing in on itself, and as the trees move closer and closer together. So it could be something like that. But it definitely sounds menacing. Again, like the trees are a sentient being in the show, and they're moving closer, like in an aggressive kind of way. You don't get good vibes from that. Ethan asks if they should tell someone, and Victor says no, he doesn't think they'll understand. And he wants to show Ethan something important, a crayon drawing he did of the boy in white, and he asks if that's the one Ethan saw. Ethan says yes, and Victor looks troubled and says that means he was real. So he might have thought, I think Victor thought he imagined him when he saw him too. Like, Victor thought that it was a dream, and he's realizing that a lot of things that he thought were dreams are actually real, and the boy in white is real. He hasn't seen him in a long time. So, yeah, so that he knows that's not good, though. He thinks that's a harbinger. Like, the fact that the boy in white just appeared seems to Victor to be a harbinger of bad things to come. Now, that doesn't mean the boy in white is bad, but the boy in white tends to show up when bad things are going to happen soon. And I think that's because he shows up when a new cycle has begun. When the new Jade and Tabitha arrive back in town, that's when the boy in white shows up again and appears to the new version of Tabitha's kid. And it doesn't mean the boy in white is bad. This is another misdirect that, I think it's meant to mislead us into thinking that the boy in white is bad, because by the end of this episode, Victor is digging graves, saying, I just wanted to get a head start this time.
The boy in white drawing does have yellow in the background, though. I was going to say.
Oh, it does look a little yellow. Yeah. But he knows that, like, from when he was a kid, after he saw the boy in white, bad things started to happen, and he associates those things with him. He doesn't know what else to associate them with. He just knows, based on what happened in the past, bad things are probably going to start happening now. A lot of people are going to die. And so he starts digging graves by the end of this episode. And I think it's just because, a new cycle has begun, and the boy in white has to play his part in it. He has to try to guide the new Tabitha and Jade, the new versions of them, toward the answers. And that's why he appears at this point. It's not because he's about to cause harm, in my opinion. And unfortunately for Victor, Jim comes out and catches him giving this picture to Ethan, and flips out, grabs Victor. Look at the way he grabs him too. He grabs him by like the collar of his shirt, really violently, and hauls him.
That's a man in yellow move right there.
Yeah, it is. Right near the throat.
Yeah.
Right near the throat. And hauls him out of the diner really violently.
He could have asked for him just to leave.
Yeah.
Or got Sara or Kenny's mom to do it. But instead
Yeah.
he like did this.
I think the appropriate thing to do was to, yell at him, fine, order him to stay the hell away from his kid. That's understandable. He should be protective of his kid. It's weird for a grown man to approach a child and sit with him and give him a picture. I understand why Jim reacted defensively, but this assault was not called for. And it doesn't excuse assault. What he just, his grief and his overprotectiveness doesn't excuse the assault. It's not justified. As far as Victor approaching Ethan, it's very out of character for him to approach someone and share information. But I think since Ethan is a kid and has seen the boy in white like he did, Victor trusts him and feels comfortable with him. Other people have to work much harder to get any information from him. Like Jade, Jade is too aggressive and it's hard for him. Tabitha has to mother him to get anything out of him. And be really gentle and Victor, he draws pictures so that he can remember things. He forgets a lot of things and the pictures remember. And he explains that to Ethan too. He seems to, even though he looks troubled that the boy in white is real, he definitely trusts him, and because he listens to what the boy in white tells him to do. Like later when he waits in the cave for Tabitha and leads her out, it's because the boy in white told Victor where it would be safe to hide from the monsters in the cave and lead her out of there. So he does obviously trust the boy in white and looks at him as a friend, but he knows that seeing him again means something bad's about to happen. So let's see. Yeah, there's Jim tossing him out, and Ethan is very upset at Jim. Like, Dad, what did you do that for? Victor's my friend. And he gives him the stink face.
Oh, later I'll say you should have done that, Jim, but that's later.
Yeah.
He's just got a little side eye right now.
This is the episode that you and I totally freaked out on when we rewatched this the last time. This is when we started with the Ethan and Yellow theory.
Mm-hmm.
This is it.
Where the seeds are planted.
This is the genesis of it all.
Yep. That side eye.
Yep. The side eye. So Tabitha sulks because, poor teenager had to share her clothes with somebody. She doesn't like that. And she's starting to wonder if she made a mistake coming there. So Fatima comes in and talks to her. And she kind of treats her like a little sister. And she gets Julie to come with her and gets her out of her funk, sitting there alone. And this is where Jim brings Ethan home, and Ethan's like, "You shouldn't have done that."
Yes.
Meaning throwing Victor out like that.
It's gold.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
Poor little Ethan. What does he become in the future?
Yeah. Kind of like the guy, kind of like the voice that tells Jim, "Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole,
Yeah.
Jim."
Yeah.
He looks sinister, Ethan.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting there. Jade later calls him a creepy little kid too. He said, "You're a creepy little kid." You know that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, am I 100% all in on this? Like, I definitely think Ethan is going to become the Man in Yellow. No, but I think there's a lot of foreshadowing that points in that direction.
Oh yeah.
Do I understand exactly?
I mean, and plus, Ethan didn't get his pancakes either. He was halfway done.
Right.
That's enough to come back in the future and just, you know.
Yeah. I'm never 100% married to a theory permanently because this show keeps evolving and changing and giving us new evidence, new information. And just because you have a theory doesn't mean you have to understand or explain how every detail is going to play out. Like how if he becomes the man in yellow, how does he become some magical entity? Well, I'm not sure, but
that's a long walk. A long story walk.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. This is From we're talking about. We gotta reveal that the original townsfolk were turned into monsters. They were turned into these creatures. They used to be normal humans too, just like Ethan. They used to be normal
That's
people.
what I'm saying.
They were transformed into monsters. Who's to say that Ethan couldn't be lost in time somewhere through maybe story walking with Julie or something?
He's just one bad story walk away from becoming a man in yellow. That's
and some entity turns him into the man in yellow. The same entity that created the monsters. It's possible.
It's Thomas.
It's Thomas. I mean,
I don't know.
It's a tinfoil theory, but sometimes tinfoil theories are fun. So why not? I'm not married to it, but I'm definitely keeping an open mind and looking for potential clues that could point that way. I mean, we didn't even look. They just started appearing. We weren't actively looking for these clues.
You know, in this scene, I always was hoping that there'd be more reference to Charlie from Duluth, the drag queen.
Right.
That wants this Armand shirt. Because they mentioned so many cities. They mentioned Duluth in this. They mentioned Austin and Detroit. I think Kenny's kind of pointing at the Carolinas on the map. There's just a lot of cities that are mentioned in this one.
Right. She talks about the different places that the people were from who had these clothes before them. And it's kind of morbid because, you know, you realize that all these people are dead, and Julie kind of realizes that as she's trying on the clothes. These people are, you know, they've been killed off by the monsters.
And plus, if they do the laundry, they get first dibs on the clothes.
Right. So, she gets this cool new sweater. Fatima uses this to cheer her up after Trudy stole her clothes. Tabitha shows up with one of Julie's. I think that's Julie's sweater, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's the timing of it is spot on. Right after, you know, Julie got her clothes stolen by Trudy, but Fatima already hooked her up with you know, like a high fashion
something better.
Better. It was better. And this is where we find out why Julie is being so bratty, and you start to understand, you know, it's not really about her being bratty. It's there's a reason for the way she's been acting. Because after the loss of Thomas, Jim and Tabitha didn't have their shit together for a long time, and Julie had to handle too many things for a kid, for a teenager, when they were just a mess. And she says that she says that her mom makes her feel stupid, and she was just she was just telling like just a minute ago she was telling Fatima she thought she made a mistake, and
Yeah.
and now she's already like turned back, turned her mood again, and these
Yeah.
moody teenagers.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
changed
but
her
they
mood.
made her to feel like what she says, poor stupid Julie. I mean, you can kind of feel like that. That runs pretty deep.
Yeah.
And that she knew about the divorce and they were treating her like a kid,
Right.
Oh yeah, she has that good line here too. You may want to talk about it.
Yeah. She tells her mom that she knew all about what she and her dad were planning. That she knew about the divorce, that this was going to be their last trip, their one last experience before they told the kids that they were getting divorced, which was really shitty. Why would they do that? Like, give the kids hope that they were
bring
still
them up just to bring them down.
Yeah,
like Fromville. It's just like Fromville, kind of bring you up just to bring you down.
Yeah, like make them think that there's all still one big happy family, and then pull the rug out from under them and say they're getting a divorce. That's a terrible idea. They should not have done it that way. But again, we got to cut the parents some slack. They're grieving. She says, Thomas is dead, and I know that's hard, and I know that you lost, but we all lost. You have 2 other kids. Why aren't we enough for you?
Why aren't we enough for you?
Her voice
good. It's a good line. That's a great line.
Her voice gets really high and squeaky there.
It's true though.
Yeah, it is true.
Yep. It's true. It's a kind of little wake-up call for Tabby here.
I'm sure it's common with families who lose a kid and have other kids. Like they, it's not that they don't love their remaining kids, but they get mired in the grief over the one they lost. But yeah, they need to be more present for their kids who they still have. But it's not exactly a place where they can get grief counseling living in this hellhole. So yeah, it's hard, So now we understand why Julie chose Colony House and ditched her family. At the time when it happened, we didn't understand what was going on and why she did that. But yeah, now it's coming into focus.
So where is Kenny pointing exactly on this map when he said you guys are coming from here? I thought he was kind of pointing towards the Carolinas.
Yeah.
Because of the pilot script, they were supposed to be driving towards Florida for some party.
Yeah, and on the map,
in the pilot script, if you ever read it.
Yeah, and
they're going to Florida for some. I think maybe they say it later. They were going to Florida for some big party or something.
Yeah, and on the map it says Jade and Toby, and there's a line drawn connecting to Florida. And it says second car underneath it in parentheses. So he's pointing at Florida. So yeah, this is a really interesting scene and reveal, showing this map where everybody came from. I found
like he came from Austin and Christy came from Detroit.
Yeah.
And then Matthews came from Arizona.
I found a high definition version of it on Reddit. Which I was just looking at the other day, and let's see, I think I still have it here actually. Let me see. It's just reloading, but it has a lot of interesting details. And we don't have the time to pore over it too much, but I'll just bring it up for a minute and just zoom in a little bit better.
Yeah,
you can
you want to look at
I don't know.
I thought people could just pause it if they want to look at it for a long time. Just pause it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't know who made this, how they got it to be so high definition that you can zoom in and actually see really clearly. So who posted this? Let me see. It was I think it was I can't find the author of the post here. Oh, it was it was just the Reddit from the Reddit from TV Epics thread, and Dartboard Eater. Somebody named Dartboard Eater posted this. But it's amazing how clear it is. You could see so much. So it shows Florida, Jade, Toby and Jade right here, and Toby's name is crossed out because he's dead. It says second car. It shows that they're actually behind the scenes in between. The characters are actually trying to figure stuff out. We just don't see all the conversations. They only have 10 episodes per season to show us stuff. And so it may look like nobody's trying to figure things out and they're not having conversations and like they should be, not having meetings, town meetings and whatnot. But it looks like they are actually actively doing more than we actually see based on this map. They try to figure things out. They put pins from where everybody showed up, where they were when they arrived in town, and they cross people off after they die, and sometimes they cross off the whole line connecting a person to where they came from, and I don't know why. Like, it seems like they're trying to figure out certain things and trying to denote certain things, and I'm not even sure what all of it means. Like there's like a squiggly line. There's this name here, Aaron, and a squiggly line crossing off the line pointing to where he came from. Why? Did they find out he wasn't really from there and he was lying? Like, what was the reason for that?
Yeah, you can't trust Aaron, man.
Yeah. This looks like
Jeremy and Alan. It was Jeremy and Alan and Bob. I guess Bob.
This looks like, does that say Nathan and Sara down there? Or
it
looks like
be.
Yep.
Nathan and Sara. I thought that they were from the Northeast, not.
Well, they could be from there, but got caught.
Well, they also were going so. He was picking her up from somewhere, so she could have been in a bad relationship and moved across the country.
Yeah, and like they're heading back that way, and
yeah, like right here are their names a little more clearly right here. Sara and Nathan up here. And
maybe that's where they're from.
I know they were going to Boston.
And then
it could be another set of names though, Julie.
Where they got trapped. So one spot shows where they got where they were driving at when they came to the town, and then the other part of the map is showing where they were going.
Right. That could be what it is, because they said later that they said they were going to Boston, and there's a circle around Boston and a line that says Sara and Nathan right next to it. Fatima's name is underneath. So she was it looks like she was also going to Boston. That's odd. I didn't know that.
But nothing in Maine.
Nothing in Maine. Yeah. Why is there nothing in Maine where Camden is?
There is one way at the top. It's like Laura and somebody.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah. What does that say up there? Yeah, it says Laura and
something else.
Yeah, what's that word on the top of that? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, apparently,
I could stare at this for hours.
Yeah. Oh yeah, people have stared at this for hours and theorized about it and tried to dissect it. And the fact that there is nothing coming from Camden, Maine, tells me that this is all from the last few years. That they weren't working on this in the 70s, so. That's why Miranda's name isn't on here. Miranda and Christopher are not on here because Miranda came from Camden, Maine, and they don't know that. They didn't know that when they worked on this map. Here's Norman up here. Norman. So there actually was a Norman who came here from Illinois or going to Illinois, something like that. So yeah, it's fascinating. There's Frank, Lauren, and Megan are crossed off. I guess this is before they put Frank in the box because he should be crossed off too. Yeah, and it shows all the areas where they got taken, and Karl, you were saying it looks like it was all on in between major highways in rural areas.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Like they're in between major cities, always kind of in a rural area, and also in the continental U.S. Why?
Nobody was in Alaska or Hawaii. It's only the continental U.S. Why is that? And they're always taken on rural highways, off the beaten trail, away from the major highways, in wooded areas. It seems that from the 3 scenes that we've seen with a fallen tree, it's always off the beaten trail, rural areas. So yeah, this is really interesting. I'll put the link in the chat if anybody wants to look at this thing.
Can you go over to Michigan one time? I just want to see something real quick.
Yeah. Right here. Here's Michigan.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. I'll put the link in the chat. This has the image right in it. There are actually a few different versions of it in this post. There was a little ad here advertising lighthouses too. So there's that off to the side, and
I think it's weird that Lansing is spelled wrong. It's spelled with a C. It's
weird.
Really? It's weird. I wonder if there's any other spelling errors in here.
And like someone, so and why is it that only grounded vehicles enter the town? No boats or planes. This map isn't intended for drivers. And plenty of someone else wrote here, plenty of the tidbits on the sides of the map are flipped upside down. Whatever made the town seem to have somewhat of a grasp on human architecture, but not enough to make exact details without errors. So that's just something a fan of the show wrote here.
What was it? Where is it upside down?
So there's stuff that's upside down on the sides of the map here.
That's because it's a map. It's unfolded.
Yeah, because it's unfolded. There's like a
it's
lighthouse.
A road map.
There's a lighthouse that's upside down randomly.
Yeah.
Upside down.
But that's
lighthouse. Gym. Okay. Upside down. Lighthouse. Gym.
Oh, yes.
Or it's just a map somebody unfolded because that's what they look like when you pin them to the wall.
Right, because there's stuff over here that's upside down.
Well, you can read all that stuff to the right too, like the addresses and stuff are there. All that too.
Right.
71 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour. 9 miles
yeah,
per hour.
It shows that they're actually trying to keep track of as much information as they can about people coming into town.
Like how fast were you going when you noticed you came up on the town, kind of thing, huh?
Yeah.
Norman's on that list too, I think.
Norman is right here. It says Norman, and then it says something about a ramp underneath, off ramp. So he was getting off of an off ramp, and somebody was going 96 miles per hour.
Yeah.
96 miles per hour. Yeah, don't speed. Maybe you won't end up here. But then someone else was going 9 miles per hour, so scratch that.
Yeah, and everything in between. There's a 35 mile an hour one there too.
Yeah.
But nobody was walking. Nobody was not in a car.
Right. So, yeah.
What up with that, yo?
A lot of questions. A lot of unanswered questions. Here's the link if anybody wants to look at that on Reddit. It's really great. High definition. You can zoom in and obsess over it all you want. There's a lot here. But let's check in with the chat a little bit here. Let's see. Yeah, if this is a good point, Carl. If this is a mystical, magical deal, why does nobody end up here by, say, walking into a room or walking on a nature trail? Yeah, very good question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need we need to definitely pour over this map.
But yeah, highlight what Martin, how he responded to my point.
Where is it?
He says because the people that were walking, you see it. I'll
No,
let you read. You want me to read it?
where is it?
It's one of the newer ones.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Because the people that were walking just stepped over the tree and ignored the crows. Carl, come on. That's why.
Yeah. Oh, duh. Yeah.
Yeah. You're welcome, Amy. Bill From hates cars and buses as well as ambulances. Everyone who drives 88 miles per hour with a flux capacitor ends up in From.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. There was no 88 miles per hour on that sign.
Great Scott.
Yeah. And you know they use it seems like they have limited resources because they use like all kinds of in one spot they use a pencil to mark a spot. They just stick a pencil in the board instead of a push pin.
Well, they can't go to Staples there in Fromville, so they're
no,
running out of pins, I guess.
Yeah. Hey Susie, hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. She says, "Are they only vanish in like rural areas of the highway?" Yes, it does seem that way.
Yeah.
Amy, somebody definitely was from Texas.
Kenny comes from Austin, Texas.
Yeah, Kenny was from Austin. There's Kenny, and there's his dad's name crossed out, and Tan Chen under Kenny there. From Austin. So, and then a few other people who we never met. There are a lot of random names we've never heard of here. So yeah, interesting
The
stuff.
red shirts.
Yeah, the red shirts.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Hey there, Chris Race. Welcome. Let's see. Thought Jade stated he was on a road in New York. I think in episode 1. Yeah, he was traveling, I believe, from New York to Florida was his destination. I think that's what he said. So that's why I think they are connected to Florida because they were driving to Florida. Maybe they had already made it to Florida and they knew they were there, and then that's when they got stuck, and so they're tied to Florida. Bill, has anyone researched these spots on the U.S. map? Well, lots of people have researched this map, that's for sure. I know people have like really theory crafted a lot, trying to make out anything they can from this map. At the very least, it shows that they were trying to figure things out. So we should cut them some slack. They actually are having conversations off screen that we just don't hear about. Also, hey, back, Martin. Nice to see you. Could the first colony house have been affected by wait, what is that?
Ergot? Yeah, it grows in bread. It makes people crazy. You know, the Salem witch trials, they think that it is because people ate bread with ergot on it. And it's a mold. It made them kind of crazy. It made them see things.
Oh, interesting.
Sounds delicious.
Oh, yeah.
Good for you. With Ella said, there was a moment in Bible scriptures where trees move. Really? Well, that tracks with all the other Bible references in the show, so maybe it's supposed to be another biblical reference.
Do you know where it is? With Alice? Do you know where in the Bible it is? What book? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I'd be curious too.
I know the trees move in Lord of the Rings because they're alive.
Right, they get up and start, battling people. Yeah.
Right. Hmm.
Oh, Ergot T.
Wow. Wow, 6 p.m. Thursday down under. Yeah, it's 1:43 a.m. here, Central Time, Central US time. That's so cool. It's yeah, it's a nice I'm sure it's a nice warm day there too. Bill says knowledge comes at a cost. The treasures are let's see, stuff in the back of the diner, all of the information and answers about the town. Yeah, they definitely have a lot of answers, I'm sure. And I do think I agree with Bill that Tian Shen represents the lonely dragon for sure. Maybe she's been keeping Tabitha's past life memories and the man in yellow at bay. Interesting. Yeah, keeping all that stuff buried back there. Maybe not intentionally, but she was definitely doing that, kind of guarding it. Jay said, as far as population control goes, with Smiley being reborn and all, did Kenny's mother die in order for Tabitha to be able to return to Fromville? The Matthews arrived right after Frank's family died. That's interesting.
But that math doesn't quite track because you got two chicks dead and you got a family of 4 show up.
Right. That was just 2 people, and then
plus Jade and Toby, right? Toby.
Right. So yeah, I mean that doesn't really fit with the replacement theory. Doesn't quite fit. But then again, we don't know who else died right before the show started. Who knows?
Yeah.
No, I take that back. There were no deaths for 96 days before the show started. So yeah, hard to say on that. That's a good point. And with Kenny's mom dying, I mean, I don't think she'd have to die for Tabitha to be able to come back, because Tabitha already had a spot there. But she brought 2 people with her, though. No, she brought technically 4 people, but the 2 EMTs died.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, sometimes the replacement theory can be a little hard to, to explain. Like, does it actually work? We don't even know how many people are in town at any given time. Let's see. Oh, I missed this new name earlier. Average. I think this is supposed to be Average Cadaver. That's a unique way of spelling it and a unique name. Sorry I missed that. I don't know if they're still listening, but it says, you know what I'm thinking too is Henry is Jim from the previous cycle. Well, he definitely is kind of like in Jim's role as the husband, but not like literally reincarnated. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like in terms of roles, now Henry is here, so that's why Jim had to go. That's a good point in terms of roles. It's not just in terms of reincarnation, but like certain roles are being filled in the town at any given time, like a spiritual role. Khatri died, and then Tilly came to town, and she held a prayer circle, so she was like the new spiritual figure. Then Tilly died. Now we have a pastor's daughter coming to town with a Bible and praying in season 4. That's going to be coming. So maybe because Henry showed up, there was only room for one more of Tabitha's husbands here. She's got Jade too, but that was way back in her past. And yeah, maybe that's a great point. Henry is here, so Jim had to go. And they also said, I think the livestock in the woods was just from a previous cycle of the monsters letting the animals out to trick the town, but actually succeeding. Well, let me see. Livestock in the woods. Well, yeah,
leftovers.
That's a creative idea. That's a creative idea. I think the livestock are manifested by the kids, like a positive thing, manifested by their dreams, but
manifest destiny.
But it could also be Julie story walking, or yeah, in terms of the livestock, it could go a few different ways with that. I hope they eventually explain it in some way, but I bet they won't. I bet there are going to be a lot of unanswered questions in the end. We're going to have to accept that. Not everything is going to be explained explicitly. Some of it we're going to have headcanon to explain, I'm afraid. And that's fine. I just want the major questions explained, the most important ones. And Jay also had said, Victor saying that he doesn't know what's real or a dream reminds me of Abby and Martin. It reminded me of Abby too. I have it in my notes. Abby was questioning, what if this is all just a dream? The whole dream versus reality theme. And then Martin said Abby was right all along. Or what if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? Yeah, that theme keeps coming up. Let's see.
Yeah, how you gonna see your replacement?
Oh yeah.
Oh Henry, oh I'm Jim, oh I gotta go see, oh you're clocking in and I'm leaving. Okay, here's my throat.
Yeah. This is interesting. David said Freud's Creative Writers and Daydreaming is a good read. The paper deals with the wish-fulfilling functions of fantasy, and Freud indicated that the wish-fulfilling character of dreams could have been derived from the similarity of dream and daydream. Oh.
Ziba or Zaba.
Right. Okay, so let's continue. Let's see. Michael said, yeah, I thought the same too. Could have been from prior cycle, now just out in the woods because they got let out. The livestock. Okay. Or the magic tree is just warping them in through wormholes. Right. I mean, they could be helpful.
That's a big tree to have a cow walk through it.
A helpful entity could be bringing them in through some sort of wormhole or portal. I've thought of that. Like, it could just be that. Then yeah, the writer said no to dream, hell, or purgatory, but that doesn't mean that this can't be some sort of realm where dreams and nightmares can manifest real things. And that's why I think the words dream and nightmare come up all the time. There has to be a reason for that. It's just not going to be a literal thing. Like literally they're all asleep and dreaming. With Alice said the Bible verse was Mark 8:24. Okay, I'm gonna make a note of that. 8:24 about the trees. The trees moving. Bill Chill also said key verses include Samuel 5:24, where the sound of marching in the balsam trees signals divine action, and Mark 8:24. Cool. Okay. I'm going to look into that. Hey there, Walls Tech. Replacement theory might be in play. Yeah, absolutely. That might be in play. Too many replacement characters are seeing their predecessors.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a hole in that theory. Like Bill points that out, and like Ethan is basically in the same role as Victor, and yet they're together. Victor was supposed to be killed off in season 1. The writers decided to keep him around. Maybe that's why originally that was going to fit the replacement theory, and they decided to keep Victor because he's too good. So, but it is an issue that certain replacement characters are there with their predecessors. So that's a hole in that theory. Yeah, so Michael said, seems like one way or another the town provides. When Smiley was being reborn, it provided rot for Fatima to eat, and then provided regular food elsewhere by the lake. Yes, and I talked about this in season 3. It's because this place doesn't want to actually kill them all just yet. It's keeping them alive because it still wants to feed on their fear and suffering. If it wanted them all dead, I think it could kill them off at any time. But it doesn't want to do that. There was the threat of starvation, but they were never going to starve. The livestock, they stopped. No, what happened was the crops stopped growing. So they relied solely on the livestock for a while. The crops were rotting, and it was just a farce. It was just to put them in such a desperate situation that they would do something stupid and slip up. And that's exactly what happened. The monsters let the animals out, and they're like, oh no, that's our last source of food. And Boyd let Tian Shen help him with the livestock instead of getting her inside where it was safe. The monsters wound up taking advantage of that, and they got her. And now that helps continue to break Boyd because he has to live with that guilt. And then look what happened. Immediately after that, all of a sudden crops appeared in the woods. It's because the place was never going to starve them in the first place. It was not going to do it. It's not trying to kill them all just yet. It's not done feeding off their fear yet. The cycle isn't over. The monsters, it's kind of like terrorism. They kill individual people and sometimes a bunch of them at once, but they leave a whole lot of survivors so that this evil entity controlling them can feed on the survivors' fear and grief and suffering. It feeds on all of that stuff. If it killed them all off, well, there'd be nothing left to feed on for a while. And that ultimately does happen at the end of every cycle. I think it probably ends with a total massacre at the, leading. But you know what? I believe, because of everything I just said, that every cycle had a lone survivor, because otherwise the evil entity would have nothing to feed on. So I think every single cycle had a victor, had a lone survivor, someone whose absolute sorrow and grief over losing everybody in town, the entity could feed on until more people would be brought there. So yeah, I think that there always has to be somebody there. It can't just be empty. Okay, so Football says that Tabitha's kids and husbands can coexist because they're not the reincarnated person, they're just the product. Right, but there's also this theory about roles. People in certain roles seem to be replaced when someone else dies. Like Father Khatri died, and then Tilly was brought to town, and she held this big prayer circle in season 2. It was subtle, but it was still religious. Then Tilly died, and now a pastor's daughter is being brought to town. Certain roles seem to be filled at any given time. So there's been this theory that there's a role situation going on, and why are people coexisting with someone who filled that role before? And someone mentioned that maybe so Henry could come back, Jim had to die because they're both in the role of Tabitha's husband. But that doesn't quite work out because Jade is there, and Jade was her original husband. So yeah, it's all just speculation and theory, the role thing. But okay, let's get back to the episode. The map derailed us. I knew it was going to do that. I said, let's take a quick look, and it wasn't exactly quick.
Well, it's time for you to re-rail us.
Yeah, let's get back into the breakdown. Chris Rice said, what if Christopher was the lone survivor of the previous cycle? Well, the previous cycle's lone survivor was Victor. Christopher must have died because he was reincarnated into Jade. We don't know how he died, but he must have died somehow. Now we know Jade is Christopher reincarnated. And 35 people watching. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, and consider subscribing to help me get to 2,000 subscribers. I'm really close, so you can help me make the difference. I've only got like 30 something subscribers to go until I get there. So
tell your friends.
Yes. So this is a really important conversation here with Jade and Kenny. And this is where Kenny reveals to Jade that everyone came from different places around the US. Jade sits there just incredulous. Like, that is fucking impossible. Is pretty much what he says. And you know, this is it's funny because he just got done trying to make Kenny believe him about that crazy vision about the guy crushed under the boulder, and now he's incredulous that everyone was brought here from somebody else. Kenny is telling him that. Let's see, where are my notes on this? I have notes here somewhere. Hold on. Okay, it's a little bit up from this. Hold on a sec. Okay, so Jade says to Kenny, that's the difference between you and me. I don't do impossible. I don't just sit around and accept the world as it is. Someone is doing this, and I'm not going to rest until I figure out how. This is why Jade is so important to the series. This is why, you know, he just lets himself go, grows out his bearded hair till he looks like a homeless, crazy person, because his only focus is on trying to solve this puzzle and get out of there. And it's interesting, his wording, how he says someone is doing this. And it definitely does seem like someone or something is doing this to them. I think he's right about that someone is doing this. Someone is bringing them there via all these places on this map. All these different places. Someone is pulling them in there. Someone or something. And I think it's two. I think it's two entities doing it. I think it's an evil one, represented by the man in yellow side, and the helpful side represented by the boy in white. And it's ambiguously helpful, ambiguously good, because obviously it's a terrible thing to bring people to this hellhole, but the intention is for the greater good of all, to bring helpful people there who can bring hope or help try to figure out how to get out of there and serve an important function for everyone else. So the way Jade thinks is so important to this from the very beginning. And the people who are brought there, it seems like they're intentional. Like bringing in Marielle later, that's intentional. It can't be a coincidence out of hundreds of millions of people who could just show up there by chance. Somehow Christy's girlfriend Marielle gets brought there. Someone or something is doing this to them, like Jade said.
Yeah. Somebody's feeding off of Kenny's sorrow on that one.
Yes. So this place eventually, so Jade right now is thinking in terms of like more, I think probably science fiction-y ideas, but this place eventually opens his mind to more mystical, supernatural things with the symbol and the visions, things that seem impossible. In this episode, he still sounds like someone is literally doing this to them, like it's an ultimate escape room, and you know, some kind of sci-fi explanation. Kenny responds, and this is so important. His response to Jade: "Then you're gonna lose your mind, because that's what happens to people who can't adapt. They can't bend, so eventually they break. Every new person who comes here just assumes that it's just the monsters they have to be afraid of. But that's not the hardest part. It's what this place does to you, what it makes you think and feel, what it makes you question about every single thing that you think you know." I think that is some of the most important insight in the whole series. This is essential, and they give it to Kenny. I think it's so cool that they give him that speech. It's definitely something we need to remember about how this place works. Broken people don't survive there, and if you can't bend, then you break, and that's what happened to Frank, and that's why he wound up neglecting his family until they got killed, and then putting himself in the box. This place broke him, and this place is trying to break Boyd. It's trying to break everyone, not just Boyd. And it's what this place does to your mind. That's the hardest part. It's not just the monsters. It's how it can break your mind and your character too. The way that it's breaking Boyd's character, driving him to torture Elgin, something he never would have done in his past life. But you know, and another level of meaning to what Kenny said to Jade. I think that this is what happened to Jade in previous cycles. He said, "Then you're going to lose your mind." When Jade said that he can't accept this, Kenny says, "Then you're going to lose your mind," because that's what happens to people who can't adapt. They can't bend, so eventually they break. I think that's what happened to Jade in every past cycle, and this is a clue. This is a hint from the writers that, looking back in the rewatch, now in retrospect, we can put this into context with what we've learned since this episode. This is why rewatches are so important. We can now put this into context and realize this is probably what happened to Jade in his past lives. We now know that he was reincarnated. We saw Christopher losing his shit in that flashback with the boy in white. The boy in white seemed like he was dumping too much information on Jade, Christopher, that is, Freudian slip, and he couldn't deal with it. He was screaming, "You lie! Everything here lies," basically. And Miranda, next thing you know, Miranda is hiding her kids in the root cellar, telling them to hide from Christopher. Hide where Christopher can't find you. Like, they're in mortal danger of Christopher. So obviously he broke. He couldn't bend, so he broke. He lost his mind. Exactly what Kenny said. Now, let's hope this isn't foreshadowing, and Jade himself is not going to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors. Let's hope he doesn't. I don't think he will. I think he will break the cycle, literally, for himself and for everyone else. I think he's going to break the whole cycle of Fromville with Tabitha, and I think he's going to break the cycle of his past lives, where I think he probably snapped in every single one. Look back at the Puritan vision that he had. I think that was him in a past life, and that Puritan certainly looked deranged, drinking blood from a child-sized skull. Looked like he lost his mind. The Civil War soldier in Jade's vision of that guy, half his face was burnt, and he was chasing Jade like a maniac, trying to kill him. I think he obviously lost his mind, and that was Jade too. In another period of time, he could have easily been reincarnated from the Puritan one. Then you had the guy under the boulder just screaming. I mean, who knows if he lost his mind, but maybe. And of course, Christopher. We know, we have plenty of evidence that Christopher lost his mind. The boy in white, Victor said that Christopher used to make people laugh, and he used his puppet Jasper to make the kids laugh. But then he started drawing the symbol over and over again and seeing things, and he didn't make people laugh anymore. He changed. So that's Victor's testimony. And then we also had that flashback with the boy in white of him freaking out. So again, I think this piece of dialogue is important thematically, and what Kenny said in terms of how this place works, trying to break people, and also for Jade specifically, and giving us insight into what may have happened in his past lives. They've hidden these details in here for us to look back on in rewatches. It's so rich for rewatch insight. I've never in my life watched a show that was this rich for, just diving back in. So much is just ripe for the taking when you've learned new information from the latest season, and you go back and rewatch, and so much starts to click and make sense. There's so much foreshadowing, symbolism. It's just amazing. And also, I thought it was cool how when Jade says that he doesn't just sit around and accept the world as it is, he grabs the globe on the desk, Kenny's globe lamp, that Kenny later uses to help with the radio. He later uses it when they were like finding all the lamps to power the Colony House radio. And maybe the placing of this globe in the scene and the map of the US is kind of meant to make us assume that we're still dealing with this world, but they're not there anymore. They're in another dimension. They're not in this world. It's not possible. You don't just show up in the same place from all different locations in the continental US and suddenly you appear here. That makes it clear that to me that they have to be in another dimension. That's where the sci-fi aspect of this show comes in. It's another dimension. That's the only explanation. Either that or it's a simulation, and I don't believe it's a simulation. I don't believe it's going to be a cop-out like that. We've seen too many simulation plot lines. Then after while Kenny is giving Jade the big speech, the important one, that radio, that police radio starts making static noise out of nowhere, just randomly. And Kenny says, yeah, it does that sometimes. Like, it's just no big deal. It's nothing weird about that. He's not even questioning it. He's just given up trying to understand all the weird stuff around him. But Jade is not giving up anything. He's going to investigate every last thing. So he just ignores Kenny, takes it, and just runs off with it. I love that.
Kind of like what you did with the bike.
Yeah, kind of like that. Just like grabbing stuff and running off with it, just stealing stuff. And it's interesting timing that the radio starts making that static noise right after Kenny says that this place gets in your head and makes you question everything you think you know. All of a sudden that thing starts making noise. That drives Jade to grab the radio and do exactly what Kenny is talking about, letting this place mess with his mind and, just losing his shit. Then he proceeds to wander around town with the radio, mumbling to himself as he's trying to figure out what's going on. Like something is trying to break his mind. I think the static on the radio is just something trying to fuck with Jade. That's all I think that is. And we now know that someone or something is watching and listening to them. We know that. The man in yellow on the radio knew Tabitha was digging in the basement. How did he know? And there are so many other things that evidence that they're being watched and listened to. So I don't think it's a coincidence that the radio did that at this precise moment. Kind of like the jukebox turning on and playing fitting songs just at the right time. Yeah, so it definitely seems like this place is trying to break people, just going off of what Kenny said, feeding off of their fear or pain, not just their bodies via the monsters. It's targeting their spirits too. They always say broken people don't survive here, and this place tries to break everyone, but especially those who can be the most useful to figuring it all out and escaping, or people who have a special connection to it. And Boyd is targeted the most because he's Mr. Fish and Loaves, who they rely on more than anyone else, the leader. They'd all be lost without him. So if you break Boyd, you break the whole town in many ways. Even Donna wasn't doing well when Boyd was away in the woods and needed his assurance that he had his head on straight when he came back later in this, in the show. And, it's like, how is this place trying to break Jade right now? I think it's trying to fuck with him and drive him nuts at this moment. So, and as far as Jade's visions, I don't know if that's trying to break him or if it's just, it may be, again, like I said earlier, a helpful entity trying to show him, this is what's going to happen if you don't figure this out. These are your past lives. So there's Jim looking at that picture that Victor drew Ethan and he confiscated. And he and Tabitha talk. Let's see. So Jim and Tabitha are still fighting even in this fucked up situation. So basically, he tries to reassure her that everything is going to be okay. And she gets angry, not just because nothing is okay about the situation, but also because she's not dealing with the loss of their son as well as him. And this is where she says that when he keeps saying it's going to be okay, it makes the rest of the family feel like there's something wrong with them for not dealing well. And she's not just talking about being stuck there. She's talking about their grief. She's referring to that too. She mentions the last 14 months. So that's obviously 14 months ago. That's when their other son died. And he's been handling it better than the rest of the family, which caused their marriage to fall apart. They haven't paid enough attention to their other two kids. So yeah, they're just a mess, you know. He's trying to reassure her, telling her everything's going to be okay. And she starts fighting with him over it. And this isn't the first time this happened. This isn't the first or the last, I should say. Because the same thing happens later. Jim tries to reassure Tabitha in season 3 when she has a nightmare, and she picks a fight with him over it. He can't win with her. But I understand where she's coming from. She just wants him to be open about how he's struggling too, and he's trying to be strong for her.
Ethan has an apple. Ethan has an apple.
Yeah, I can't help but notice Ethan
Knowledge comes at a cost.
Holding the forbidden fruit. Knowledge comes at a cost.
That's how it begins.
Right there. Yeah. Knowledge comes at a cost, and there he is, holding the apple, the symbolic apple, the forbidden fruit. I firmly believe that they are using apples in that symbolic way in the show, with Fatima symbolic of Eve offering it to Julie declining. 2 different occasions too, 2 different episodes. Now Ethan is here holding this thing. Knowledge comes at a cost. Interesting. And while the parents are out there fighting, Victor knocks on the window. Ethan goes out back.
That is so creepy looking, him right there.
It is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The early episodes made Victor look like a total creeper. We didn't know his whole story and understand him as well. Victor tells Ethan, we have to go find him. He's been gone a long time, and we need to ask why he's back. Meaning the boy in white. Because Victor knows this must mean something. The boy in white has to have come back for a reason, and they need to figure out what it is. Victor knows something bad is going to wind up happening, based on his past experience as a kid. So Ethan says he's not supposed to leave, and Victor says, you have to, because he chose you, just like he chose me once. That's that line that's always stuck with me. The boy in white chose Ethan just like he chose Victor once. Chose him for what? What role are they supposed to play in this? What role do the children have to play in this? I find that really interesting. What have they been chosen for? I think, for one thing, I think they've been chosen to be given massive insight. Ethan all of a sudden became very insightful and wise, and seems to understand how this whole place works since arriving in town and having that seizure. Again, I think that was given to him by the boy in white. The boy in white was choosing him as he arrived in town, connecting with him via that seizure, and giving him that vision of the Lake of Tears, and Victor drawing all those pictures of them. That was the start of Ethan being chosen, and all that, that vision being put in his head, and now he's full of insight all the time. I think that's important. He's going to play an important role in all of this before it's over, because he understands this place. The boy in white gave him that understanding, gave him that insight. That's what I think it means. That's what I think it means by choosing him. And I think he tried to do the same with Victor, but it didn't work out. Maybe Victor was like Ethan once before he got traumatized. And he was full of insight and not full of memory problems and all of his trauma. And yeah, really interesting. Like that's one of the biggest questions for me has been, what did that mean exactly? What role is Ethan supposed to play? Why did the boy in white choose him? I do think that the boy in white is on the side of the children, the Ankhui kids, trying to help save their souls and the curse and the cycle. He wants that to end, and he's maybe using any child who comes to town, harnessing the power, maybe harnessing the power of their imaginations to manifest positive things in this place for everyone else. That could be like Scarlet has been talking about with children's imaginations. I think that there's a lot of merit to that idea.
Thanks.
And yeah, I really like that idea. So Ethan says, like a quest. Victor says, yeah, but you can't take that. Those are for hospitals. He takes his crutch and he gives him a stick. It's his quest stick. Ethan's like, don't you need one? And Victor says, I've got this, showing him his lunchbox. So that's his thing. Ethan's special object, I guess, is his quest stick. And Victor's got his lunchbox. That's his special thing. And that's all he needs. It's like his security blanket. So once again, this is a quest. Ethan is right about that. And he's going to be part of it in some way. So, and when Ethan says like a quest, Victor smiles as if he kind of looks at it the same way and thinks Ethan's right. He doesn't smile in a patronizing way. He's very childlike himself. It's like Victor also believes it's a quest. And Ethan is like the little wizard now. He's got his quest stick and he's ready to go. He uses it for a while, even after he doesn't need to lean on something anymore. Let's go to the chat for a minute here. Victor sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake.
He's just creeping everywhere.
Yeah, that was creepy. His face in the window. Can't really blame Jim for like freaking out in some ways. He looks like a creeper, like child predator.
Yeah, he also he walked up on Julie, right? He's over there drawing her while she's sleeping.
Yeah, it looks pervy if you don't understand Victor and what he's all about. Okay, let me go up a little bit in the chat here. Bill said, what about Kenny's vision of the cicadas? Why is he still sane, not broken? Well, there's just something about Kenny that's anchoring him. Even with all the trauma that this place has done to him, he's able to maintain his sanity. He understands that you have to adapt. No matter how much grief he suffers, he adapts. Look what Kenny does. Look how this place is, this show really, it's interesting how it shows us the way different types of people experience and respond to trauma. Kenny finds something productive to do and throws himself into that and adapts. And that's what you have to do in this place. You can't even take time to process grief. It's not healthy in the real world, but in this world, it's the only way to survive. So Kenny loses his father and he throws himself right back into work as the deputy. He loses his mother. He throws himself right into going off to the woods to help gather the vegetables. Immediately, he doesn't take any time to himself to grieve. That's not healthy in the real world. But again, we're not dealing with the real world. This is where you have to adapt or die. Loses Marielle, and he also continues to put one foot in front of the other and do his job as deputy. That's why I think he's still sane and not broken. It's adapt or die, like David here said. Let's see. Live together, die alone. Or who put that in? Yeah, Karl, that was you. Live together, die alone. Yeah, Susie, I don't know why the wrenches became shields on Facebook. There's still wrenches on StreamYard, but on not Facebook. What am I talking about? On YouTube. They've turned into either shields or badges. I can't tell what they're supposed to be. But oh, Michael made a happy map from of the stated from/to destinations of all the MGM missing posters. Oh, that's cool. Thanks for sharing, Michael. I'm gonna star that so I can go back up and check it out myself. I'll star that comment. Let's see.
Oh, that mine live together. That was because David said some adapt or die. You know.
Right.
It just made me think of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Jade, a reluctant hero, is a character archetype who initially hesitates, fears, or refuses to accept a call to adventure or duty, often due to self-doubt, selfishness, or a desire for a normal life. They are typically ordinary people forced into extraordinary circumstances, eventually rising to act heroically despite their resistance. It's a great description that you pulled up for Jade, Bill. Absolutely. Let's see. Oh, just scrolling down here. Looking at anything else I missed. Jade. So Jade fits the magician archetype, according to David. The magician archetype represents knowledge, transformation, and the ability to turn ideas into reality through insight, creativity, and disciplined understanding. Definitely fits Jade. Susie says maybe the story walkers are for the purpose of the participatory universe, that it must be observed in order to come into being. That's an interesting idea.
Participation.
David said maybe it's like they meet their past lives at the point when their past lives failed in their cycle, showing they are going further than the previous cycles. That's interesting. Yeah, like at certain markers where Jade is now past the point where he failed in a previous life, and that's when he sees a vision of that person. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. I like that.
Like a cut scene in a game.
Yeah.
Oh.
And with Alice noted that Ethan didn't eat the apple, symbolic of forbidden fruit. He doesn't eat it. He just holds it for a minute.
I like apples.
Yeah, me too. Jade is the hanged man, and he might be strung up. Or you mean Jim, right? Jim is the Jim is the hanged man who he might be strung up with other bodies next season. That's what I'm predicting. I think he's going to be found hanging either from a tree or from the motel sign, replicating the tree from the Union soldier vision. Yes, definitely. I would be willing to bet the man in yellow hung those soldiers from the tree. We'll be coming up on that episode soon in the rewatch. So, hey Ethan, follow the creepy guy into the woods. Jim, what are you teaching your son? Yeah, Ethan, what are you thinking? Yeah, didn't he ever get taught not to go off with strangers?
Yeah.
Ugh. Well, they're yelling at each other. They're clueless about their son. They're too busy arguing to realize that their son is going off into the woods with an elderly, or almost elderly man right now. Like a grown ass man is taking their son into the woods alone. Oh my god. Michael said, still want to know why Jade and Jasper are both named after rocks and whether any significance to their similar naming and the fact that Jade regularly sees Jasper screaming at him. Yeah. Interesting point. I wonder.
And Elgin, there's an Elgin marble as well. It's also a stone.
Oh, right. have another great scene. This is another fantastic episode. 10 out of 10 easily. Khatri and Boyd. Boyd is rebuilding the box. Even though he says he's never putting anyone in the box again later on this season, he's still rebuilding it for some reason. And he has this confrontation with Khatri, who approaches him and basically he tries to talk to him about the loss of his wife Abby prior to the events of this show. And at this point in the series, we didn't know about Abby yet, but he references Abby, and he says, so, Boyd says he's not in the mood for a speech, and he's like, okay, good, you're going to get a sermon instead then. I loved that line. And Khatri says, before you got here, I was burying more people in a week than you've seen die in the last 2 years. Okay, so I take that to mean that Boyd has been here for 2 years. And so before he got there, Khatri was burying more people in a week than have died in all this time since Boyd was there. That's a lot. That's a bloodbath. So Boyd really changed everything for these people. Because Khatri goes on, you were the one who found the talismans. You created order from chaos. Incidentally, that's a reference to the Bible too, is it not, Karl?
What was it again?
Creating order from chaos.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Boyd is a Christ figure, if I've ever seen one. Anyway, Khatri goes on, you made it possible for people here to live again. I quote this line all the time when people attack Boyd, and I'm like, cut Boyd some slack. Khatri says, you created order from chaos. You made it possible for people here to live again, not just survive. You saved this town, but the price you paid. And then this is where he's referring to Abby, but at this point in the series, we didn't know what happened yet. But Khatri says, I can still see her face when I close my eyes. I can't even imagine what it must be like for you, and I wish you had the luxury of grief, but you don't. These people here need you. We went 3 months without a single death, and there's been 6 in the last 3 days. People are scared. The edges are starting to fray. You need to be the one to tell them it's going to be okay. And by the way, when he started to reference Abby, Boyd was like, you need to be careful. He did the Boyd point with the finger. Like, you better be careful what you say next. Like, don't talk about Abby to me. Boyd buries his grief. This is how Boyd adapts. He doesn't talk about his grief. He doesn't talk about Abby much at all. But anyway, Khatri says, you want to use me as a punching bag? You need a place to put all your anger, all those regrets? Fine, but they need you to be strong, to hold this place together. You need to be the one to lead these people home. Because if you don't, she died for nothing. Excellent speech. Another speech that I think has so much insight in terms of, the meaning of the character of Boyd in this show and what his role is in all of this. He's the leader. He's like the Christ figure who has to suffer and bear the burdens of the whole town. He needs to be their savior. When he first got to town in a later episode this season, we'll see in a flashback that as he was arriving, someone had painted "Save Us" on the barn. And Boyd pulls into town, sees that. That's the first thing he sees. He's their savior. That's his role here. He needs to lead them home. And it's really not fair. Why should all this be on his shoulders? But why? Because he was brought there for this purpose. I firmly believe in my theory that a helpful entity brought him there. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. He just retired from a 30-year career in the military, going to the worst hellholes on earth that have the most minimal of resources. And now he winds up here. It's one of the worst hellholes you can imagine with limited resources, and he transformed life there. He organized all their limited resources. Immediately, he got to work. He didn't just find the talismans, he also helped them organize everything. and it kept people alive even before he found the talismans. He had them rotate their hiding spots, and he got to work immediately. He was made for this role. Don't tell me it's a coincidence that he was brought there and that there's nothing there that's helping. I think Randall is wrong when he said nothing here is trying to help. I don't buy that. In season 1, Ethan said that one of the questions they should be asking is, who here is trying to help? Ethan is the one with the insight, and he thinks there's an entity there trying to help. I believe that entity is the boy in white, and that entity brought Boyd there. He is too perfect for this role. He fits the bill, I mean, immensely in every possible way. It cannot be a coincidence that he, of all people, was brought there, and he was able to transform life for everyone because of his background, his very special military experience background. So yeah, I use a lot of this stuff as part of this helped me build my theory on how everything works. All of this background on Boyd and what he was able to do for this place, and how unlikely it is that he of all people wound up there, how uncanny it is, especially when we get Boyd's flashback episode and we find out about his military career. So then, yeah, the theme of order from chaos. Khatri later brings that up later in a sermon, by the way. And it came from the Bible that he says from memory. And this place is the definition of order from chaos. Boyd made that happen. He's like their Messiah figure. He's a born leader. He's like a chosen one who needs to lead them home. Literally chosen by an entity, in my opinion. And hopefully that doesn't mean he has to sacrifice himself in the end like a Christ figure. But I think that's likely to happen. That Boyd will wind up sacrificing himself in the final episode of the series. That's what I predict. And so he did. Now that we know Abby's story from later in the season, what happened to Abby, Boyd was out on a quest trying to find stuff to help them and finding the talismans when Abby wound up going on her killing spree, and he had to shoot her to stop her when he got back. So he has to keep up the fight, or like Khatri says, she did die for nothing, because he's got to continue. He's got to continue trying to lead everyone and help them continue on his mission. Otherwise, what's the point? And then she did die for nothing, just while he was working on his futile attempt at helping them. It needs to be not futile. It needs to actually work. He needs to be able to help save everyone in the end, or she died for nothing. I think Khatri's right about that. At this point in the story, he has kind of giving up searching for anything extra. After Abby died, he kind of was going through the motions. He stopped looking through the woods. He needed to go further and try to find a way out, not just survive the day like he's been doing. And searching the woods obviously made him neglect his wife, and she died, but he needs to go back and keep searching, because every time he did, he found things out there that helped them. The answers, I don't think the answers lie in town, but out in the forest and beyond. They need to keep exploring. They need to keep pushing out there. And later he finally does that this season. He starts pushing and being an active player again. Now that he knows the talismans work outside of a building, he winds up taking one out in the woods and in a tent. So he listens to Khatri, and he does wind up taking his advice and fighting again to be that leader, to try to get everyone home, and not just try to help them survive the day and get them home at sunset, but to get them home as in out of this place. This season began with Boyd ringing the bell to get them inside in their houses at night. That's what he's been doing ever since Abby died, it seems. He's just been complacent and just helping them get through each day, but he needs to help them get home to their real homes, like Khatri is saying. he's burdened with being the fearless leader for this town and never showing vulnerability. And now here he is clutching his arm. He can't show that either, that he's got Parkinson's symptoms starting. He's got to hide that from everyone. And that's going to keep getting worse. So he's just carrying so much on his shoulders, and he must feel like he's going to explode at any moment. So anyway, Jim and Tabitha, they realize that Ethan's not there. So parents of the year here.
It's like, where your kids at?
I don't know. He's out in the woods with some strange dude with a lunchbox.
Yeah. And after he was just in the diner with the same kid, you know.
With a lunchbox with a revolver in it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if I was Victor, I'd carry a gun for self-defense.
You know.
Yep. Let me see. How far are we from the end here? Okay, we're getting closer now. I need to get through this more quickly. I need to try to wrap this up by the 4-hour mark for sure. Let's see. Let's see. Who's saying good night? Oh, good night. Good night, Walls Tech. I don't know if I missed you, but good night. Thanks for being here. Always cool to see some newer names.
You
names.
Highlighted something he said earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like before tonight, I don't think I've seen them here before, or if so, maybe just a couple times.
Maybe
So
they're another one of our famous lurkers.
Could be, you know, sometimes we think people are new or newish and they've been around a long time,
And
just
they've
not
been
chatting.
here the whole time.
Right? Yeah. So anyway, Victor and Ethan are in the woods now. And Victor says, "It's been so long since he went away, I started to think it was just a dream. The first time I saw him," so meaning he's talking about the boy in white. He says, "The first time I saw him, it was right before the 2 cars came. Not your 2 cars, the first 2 cars." This is a deceptive statement, and I think it's because of Victor's poor memory. Because I'm convinced that Victor was in one of those 2 cars, and he talks about it as if he wasn't. I think this is his memory failing him. I think it doesn't it make sense that in every cycle, Jade and Tabitha arrive at the same time in 2 vehicles colliding with each other again and again, maybe not getting in an accident every time, but their fates colliding inevitably every single cycle, arriving together.
So like cars and then wagons and horses and then dinosaurs just crashing into each other.
Something like that.
Oh, okay.
I think this is Victor's memory failing him, and I think Victor was probably, I believe he was in one of the cars with Miranda, his mom, and Eloise, and Christopher would be in the other car. But he says that the first time he saw the boy in white was right before the 2 cars came. Victor is an unreliable narrator. We've always got to remember that. His memory is terrible. So what I think probably happened is Victor arrived in one of the 2 cars with his family, and Christopher was in the other one. And shortly after that, he saw the boy in white, just like Ethan, because that's how it played out for Ethan. So that's probably what happened. And Victor just forgot exactly the right sequence of events. He says he wasn't much older than Ethan then when that happened as well. So obviously there's something special about 2 cars arriving at once. Victor said it's when he was talking to Julie in episode 2, he said, "It's special. What do you think it means?" Well, I think it means it's Jade and Tabitha coming back again at the same time. That's why it's special. Every cycle, it's their lives, their new lives being reincarnated and coming back. And then it coincides with the boy in white turning up and choosing a child to appear to after that. First, he appeared to Victor as a child, and now he's chosen Ethan. And again, I think it's to play a special role and to give him insight into how everything works here, and ultimately to be a resource for his family. If you think about it, it makes sense to choose a child who is the offspring of one of the reincarnated parents, to give that child insight, to, imbue that child with all this insight and give him visions like he gave to Ethan. I think that's helpful because then he can be a resource to his mom later. All the Matthews have an important role to play. Now, Julie, we know, is a story walker. Jim's role has already been fulfilled. He cracked the music note code so that they could have their revelations and remember their origins. So, yeah, I think that's why Ethan was chosen, because he's the child of one of the original parents, and that's why Victor was chosen to receive insight. Victor tells Ethan he's been there the longest of anyone, and for a long time there was no one else there but him. So he was alone for a long time. We don't know how long, but it may be years, probably years alone. There's no way that he survived on his own, so I do think the boy in white entity helped him survive. That's the only way that a child like that could survive alone there. And there weren't any talismans then either. Ethan asks how he got there, and Victor says, we shouldn't talk about that. This is him burying things that he doesn't want to think about, because it's painful for him. He and his mom and his sister got trapped there and got separated from his father at the same time by accident. It wasn't intentional. His parents weren't getting divorced or anything. Not that we know of anyway. So he just doesn't want to talk about it because it's too traumatic. This is a classic sign of trauma. Not wanting to think about it. Ethan says, what happened to your parents? And Victor says, I just said that we shouldn't talk about it. So again, too painful to talk about. The fact that he doesn't know what happened to his father, and he's been without his father all these years in the real world. And his mother died. He definitely doesn't want to talk about that. He's very defensive about it. So Ethan says that he used to have a little... So Ethan is not like that. He openly talks about his grief and loss. He just starts talking about his own loss. He tells him that he used to have a little brother, Thomas, who died as a baby. And Victor's like, why did you just tell me that? Ethan says, because we're friends. And this is a portrait of two different ways of dealing with grief right here. Ethan just openly talks about it with people, and this is a healthy thing to do. What Victor's doing, burying it, is not healthy. And he says, I don't want to know that stuff. So then they see the boy in white walking in the woods. Let's see. I'm trying to get to that image here. Oh, there he is. Wait a minute. Do I have a better shot of him? Yeah, right there.
It looks like he's just kind of taking a casual hike through the woods.
Yeah, there he is. He's just kind of walking around. So they quietly watch him, and Victor points out he doesn't want the boy in white to see them. He says, we gotta go. So he just wanted to try to find the boy in white to just verify for himself that he's really back, but he doesn't want the boy in white to actually see them for some reason. Doesn't want to interact with him at this time, which is different. In season 3, Victor actually talks to the boy in white. And we've never seen Ethan actually talking to him in a scene, but Ethan says, he claims that the boy in white tells him things. We just actually haven't seen it, unfortunately. So yeah, she's off for a hike in the woods. So see, Tabitha and Jim realize that Ethan is gone, and
Hours later.
Yeah, hours later. Let me see
I was
this.
gonna say 2 days later.
Right? Let me see this amazing tree. This is an incredible tree, this faraway tree. It pans down like this with this big gap in it. Our first experience seeing the faraway tree, or one of them. Victor tells him it's a faraway tree and demonstrates how it works with a rock. Draws a smiley face, and then drops it in, and it falls to the ground behind them. So he says it works for people too, but you never know where you'll end up. Could be somewhere close or far, or you could end up stuck in a mountain somewhere. Now, I think that's for one thing, that's sort of like a Chekhov's gun situation. When he said that it works for people too, you just know that this tree is going to be used for people. We're going to actually see it in action, which does later happen on the Colony House Massacre night. It happens. And then I also think that the other Chekhov's gun thing is we eventually saw how it can go wrong. You could wind up stuck in a mountain somewhere or stuck in the pool wall, like Dale.
But there isn't another occasion where you drop something in it and it lands right behind you, right?
No.
This is the only time.
Yes.
Why is that? Why does an inanimate object do that?
I don't know.
And it doesn't happen again. Does the faraway tree need some kind of mind to attempt to guide it?
Probably, yeah. I think those two entities, the boy in white and the man in yellow. I think they both can control the destination of the trees, depending on which tree it is or what the situation is. They can control the trees. Right. But why it happens like this right now, it's odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
It happens to land right behind them.
Now, have we seen remind me, have we seen someone go through a faraway tree and then they step out into something, or does the camera always cut to where they end up? So in other words, like Boyd ends up in, people were like, oh my God, he's in a chimney, and he ended up in a, whatever the person said it was, right? An oubliette, right?
Yeah.
And then Victor and Julie escaped the massacre, right? Do we ever see them? I forget how that scene played out. They went through the tree and they got away, but where did they end up? And how did it look when they got there? Remind me. Where did they end up?
Victor and
Julie. Yeah.
They landed in two different places, interestingly. Okay. Julie wound up in the root cellar.
Okay. She just was there, right? It wasn't like she looked behind her, there's the tree. She was just, from our perspective, we just saw her in the cellar. Right?
In the root cellar. Coming from the back of it, where Jade saw that guy got crushed under a boulder. Yeah. And I think that guy actually, when they mentioned someone stuck in a mountain somewhere, I think that's another example of a faraway tree incident gone wrong. That the guy under the boulder, that's probably what happened. And when he said that, that's to make us think maybe that's what happened to that man under the boulder.
Right.
And I think it was Jade, but in a past life. But
that would suck, by the way.
Yeah. So Julie was in the root cellar where she went through the tree. Victor wound up in the cave, and the boy in white told him where to hide, to wait for Tabitha there because she'd be coming eventually and she would need Victor to guide her out.
In the cave where the monsters sleep at?
Yeah. So so two people can go in the tree and they wind up in completely different places.
Different directions. Wow.
And that happens another time too. Boyd and Sara went into the same tree, and Boyd wound up at the bottom of that thing in the dungeon. The oubliette. In the dungeon. And Sara wound up in the church basement in town. So
you can basically just manifest anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unclear who controls the trees exactly, and
because didn't Tabby go through a tree and then ended up like at the base of the lighthouse, right?
Yes.
Just kind of emerged from trees and was like, oh, the lighthouse, right?
And I think the boy in white center there,
Right.
I think he's the one who controlled that time, that particular tree incident. Maybe he controls all of them, but then you'd have to think, why'd he send Boyd to that?
He didn't like Dale, huh?
Yeah. It could have been as a warning, don't do this, because
maybe it's like Chutes and Ladders, right? They roll the dice and they end up, oh no, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why sometimes it turns out badly. Like, so, because I think he's a helpful entity. That's why sometimes I think another entity can control the trees too.
Maybe he's neutral, but like in Dungeons and Dragons, he's like neutral good.
Yeah.
Or neutral lawful or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, some nerd somewhere can tell us in the chat what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So then they hear a dog barking. And the sound of the dog barking is coming from the hole in the faraway tree. But except it's not them. It's just Victor hears it. It's not Ethan. It's just Victor hearing it. And it's like he's reliving his trauma, and it flashes back. He covers his ears. It's a trauma response, and he flashes back to images of horrible gore. I had to go by that image quickly. There's a person cut in half, and one of the dogs barking. The massacre of 78, and he could hear the dogs barking. So he's getting a flashback. And why is it happening at this particular point in time is unclear. But I think it's because when he first saw the boy in white, it was at the beginning of that whole nightmare for him. That happened, and then eventually the whole town got killed. And so bringing the boy in white back, the boy in white returning is triggering him. So it's bringing back these traumatic memories.
He's associating the boy in white to all that happened, right?
Right. And seeing a faraway tree again after staying away from them for a while. This is probably the first time he's gone and looked at one in a while. And so now it's taking him back, and he's having these traumatic flashbacks. And then Jim and Tabitha show up, and the dogs all of a sudden appear and defend Victor. They're definitely defending Victor here. They corner Jim because Jim was probably gonna fucking murder Victor at this point. Like he took his son out in the woods. What is any parent gonna think in this sick world we live in?
Yeah.
He took his son out in the woods all alone, and he could have definitely. Jim has a violence and an anger issue, and he could have killed Victor. So the dogs showed up to protect him. I think the two dogs surrounded him. I think on two sides, and then Victor took his gun out of his lunchbox. She should not have a gun, but he
that
has
was
a gun.
highly unexpected.
Yeah, fired it in the air, and that made the dogs disperse. They looked like they were about to rip into Jim. So I think that it does seem that the dogs belong to the boy in white, and they just tried to help Victor. They just showed up to protect him. They were with the boy in white in the aftermath of the massacre. They were running around with the boy in white. So I do think that they're connected to him. They're part of the helpful entity. Victor points the gun at Jim, and Jim tries to confront him like, I warned you. You know, he still wants to confront Victor even as a gun is being pointed at him.
It is kind of
it's not very bright, but he's a parent who's trying to protect his kid. Tabitha talks reason to him. He has a gun, so they get out of there. Yeah, so then Victor goes home, he goes through his drawings and he finds a few key ones and puts them all up next to each other. The dog.
It's Gus.
Yep. And then he starts, this is all interspersed with flashbacks. He has flashbacks, including the boy in white standing amongst all these mutilated bodies, and looking very ominous and serious right here. Doesn't mean he's evil. This could be a misdirect easily, that look on his face. It's a somber moment. Maybe he's just being somber in the wake of all this violence. Victor grabs the drawings and he starts putting them up as he's remembering. All the memories are now flooding back from that aftermath of the massacre. And he remembers standing there in the street and seeing the street just strewn with bodies, the whole town dead. It's funny that I forgot that this was the episode that was going to show all this when I started talking about the theory video I'm going to make. But I do have a theory now that is pretty common sense and evidence based on why all of these people got killed off at once at this time in 78. So I'm going to have a theory video out soon about that. I'm going to start working on it. Hopefully maybe next week I can release it. And again, it's very grounded in evidence that we've seen on the show, and I think it makes sense. So yeah, I'm excited to start working on that. Because why did this happen? Why did the monsters all of a sudden kill everyone at once? Something went wrong, something out of the ordinary. But based on what we've seen, I think a lot of the answers are already the way the cycles repeat and certain things happen and recur in different cycles. I think that means we need to look at what's already happened on the show that we've seen to try to explain what happened in the past. And that's where I got my idea from. Something that we've already seen that would explain it. So he remembers seeing all these bodies in the street and the dogs barking, the boy in white down the street, and the boy in white starts walking. The dogs follow him like they belong to him, which I think they do. They're connected to him. They're probably all part of the same entity, really. The boy in white isn't really a boy. He's just an avatar for some entity. And the dogs are part of that, I think. Victor follows the boy in white.
I wonder if the crows are part of the other entities a lot.
Yeah, they could be.
Dog versus crows.
Right. Yeah, I think that the crows are probably part of the evil entity. I think. I've always felt that way. So he follows.
Oh, and the motel sign is there too, the Star Magic thing behind his head.
Yeah, there's the Star Magic motel sign. He follows the boy in white to the merry-go-round, and now his face has changed. I think I explain it this way. At first, the boy in white is standing there looking somber because of all this death around him. That's why he had that really serious face on. But now he's trying to distract Victor. I don't think this is meant to just be ghoulish. You could look at it that way, like, oh, this is evidence that he's evil because he's smiling and waving, playing on a merry-go-round surrounded by dead bodies, but he's trying to distract a child who's now been orphaned and left alone in a town full of dead bodies. That's my read on it. He's trying to distract him and befriend him to help him survive. And it works. He's like, look at me, don't look at all of this, follow me, look at me. And Victor can't take his eyes off of the boy in white. And I think that the merry-go-round, which is such an iconic part of the show, and it's in the opening credits, I think that it represents the endless cycle that everyone is trapped in.
Maybe a portal.
Yeah.
Because he disappears too.
Yeah, he does as the thing is spinning.
Portal.
As the thing is spinning, he's all of a sudden gone, right? So
Yep.
yeah, he's spinning on it, and then he beckons to him. He waves and he beckons, like, follow me. Follow me, and then he just disappears. I wonder if he takes Victor to some other part of this place that we have yet to see. And Victor, maybe we haven't seen the rest of this flashback. Maybe Victor, what if Victor gets on the merry-go-round and the thing transports him somewhere with the boy in white where he resides for a while, and that's how he survived for a long time.
Where disco lives forever. That's where he'd probably go.
It never died, Carl. It never died.
Shout out BGs.
Right. So yeah, who knows? Like, we didn't see the rest of what happened after this. I always wondered that. What happened after this moment? After he's definitely going to follow the boy in white, keep following him. And where does it go from here? Where does he go? Where does he spend his time after he's left all alone? It's one of the biggest questions. Where does he spend his time? How does he survive? The boy in white must have been the one to help him. Maybe he takes him to some special place that the man in yellow or the big bad controlling the monsters can't access, to protect him. Personally, I think the root cellar is a sort of enchanted place where children can be safe from the monsters, because of all places, why does Miranda tell her kids to hide there? It's like she senses it somehow. She leaves her kids down there, and Victor survives the massacre down there, but Eloise runs out and she disappears. Now, we don't know what happens to her, but we know Victor survives. Why does he survive? The rest of the town gets killed, but Victor survived in the root cellar. I think that place is some kind of enchanted spot where children are protected, and the man in yellow, the evil entity controlling the monsters, can't touch children that are down there, can't get to them. So could it be that's where Victor spends his time? In season 3, when Fatima was brought to that root cellar room, there were a bunch of peach cans in there. That's evidence Victor was there. That's pretty clear that Victor was definitely there. It's full of empty peach cans. So I think that the boy in white stashes Victor down there, and he spends a lot of his time in that root cellar, and that's how he survives. And then the boy in white brings him food. That's the only explanation I can come up with. And they had this really cool transition where you see the flashback from young Victor looking at the merry-go-round to grown-up Victor looking at the same merry-go-round. Now it's dilapidated and the paint's chipped. The one that he's looking at it goes back and forth between the way it used to look and the way it looks now with Victor looking at it. Amazing the way they did this, the way they revealed what happened to Victor, that without any exposition. All of this was just shown to us through flashbacks in beautiful fashion, really well done, and also very cryptic and mysterious. There's so much about this that evokes questions and theory crafting. And why did this happen? This massacre? How did Victor survive? It's just amazing. This episode is up there. I think one of the best. These first 4 episodes were just phenomenal. Some of the best in the whole series. I don't know. And then Victor, it shows like these 4 pictures that he puts all near each other: the dog, the boy in white, the faraway tree, and then he puts up the last picture is a massacre. So all of this is shown with no exposition at all. that this is what he thinks is going to happen when you see, you know, the dogs show up, the boy in white shows up, the faraway tree comes into play, and then the massacre is coming. So that's what Victor is thinking in his head is coming next. Everyone's going to die soon. That's the logical progression in his mind. Really interesting.
Time to get the shovel.
Yep, it's time to start digging graves. Jim goes to Boyd and tells him, you know, Victor took his son out in the woods. And he also tells Boyd that Victor has a gun. And Boyd says that he'll talk to Donna. He'll have a talk with Donna, and Jim is just irate. He's like, you know, you act like this place is fucking Mayberry, and you know, what is wrong with you people? Yeah, I don't blame him for being upset. Like, how is this guy walking around with a gun in his lunchbox? But Boyd says that they, you know, the Colony House people have their own kind of deal, but he'll go talk to Donna. Let's see. Fatima shows Julie to her new room area. They put curtains up so she can have privacy while she listens to Fatima and Alice screwing a few feet away.
Making babies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Making smiley.
Great for a minor. Look how Ellis is reaching his hand out in the same way that hand with claws is reaching out in the tapestry.
Whoa. That's right.
That's creepy, huh? And Ellis is like showing Julie, like, look, here's your new space. But that was cool the way they did that visually with the tapestry.
It's like sleep under this creepazoid painting here. Oh, okay, cool.
To the sounds of our lovemaking.
Yeah. To the sounds of wet noises.
Yeah. It's who wouldn't want to sleep under that thing every night? And she's thrilled with it. She's so happy with it too. This is great. This is just so appropriate for a minor kid. Ellis sits down with his pipe. Yeah, it's good times. But they're doing the best they can, you know, trying to make her feel safe and comforted. So it's nice. It's nice what they're doing, but it's still inappropriate for her.
Yeah, grooming. I mean, what?
Yeah. It's really inappropriate. Then we have the jump scare of Boyd fixing himself up for dinner with the Matthews and then screaming bloody murder in front of the mirror. It made me jump the first time I saw it. It's so unexpected and jarring, but it just shows you how tortured he is and how he has to keep it all inside, and he only lets it out like some kind of crazy primal scream therapy when he's all alone. Because he's got to be strong. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. He's got to be the strong leader that everybody can depend on.
That first time I watched that scared the hell out of me.
Me too.
Because I didn't expect him to do it. I was like, ah.
Yeah, it's a jump scare. But you know, he's got to be dependable. He's burdened with being the fearless leader for this town and never showing vulnerability. And here he is trying to clean up and put on a brave face to make the Matthews feel more comfortable with their new life here and eat with him. But before he goes, he lets out this scream to just vent his pent-up pain and suffering and all the trauma he's gone through here, from his wife's death to just having to clean up the body of Frank from that contraption he built and regrets. He's carrying so much, and again, he must feel like he's going to explode. So he lets it out just for a moment, then composes himself and leaves. And then the next shot, all of a sudden, he's just there with the Matthews, like everything is peachy, having dinner and smiling. I just love that transition. It literally goes from him screaming to a really sharp cut to sitting there talking with the Matthews.
Again, it's some other dark comedy.
Yeah, and it gives you such a sharp contrast between the way he's feeling inside and the way he has to project himself to everyone else. Like, everything's fine, everything's cool. He's okay, but he's not okay. I loved how they did that. It was really, really well written, well done. And he makes them feel more comfortable, and just obviously they've just been through a shock with what happened with Victor, and he's trying to ease them into things here. And Sara too, in her own way. And like, yeah, the jukebox turned on by itself. And Boyd is like, yeah, it does that sometimes. Same thing that Kenny, that's the same thing Kenny said about the police radio. Yeah, that's not weird or anything. The song on the jukebox is Blue by Joni Mitchell, which is their song. Again, I think that there's a helpful entity trying to influence them through music. That's a great way to influence people's emotions. And they start communicating with each other and opening up about what they're dealing with. And Jim finally admits vulnerability to her, not just saying that everything's going to be okay, blah, blah, blah. He tells her that he just feels so broken. Finally being honest about his feelings. They both open up to each other in a much more healthy way, a healthier way. And it's that song that does that to them. So I really believe there's a helpful entity trying to help them in that moment, whether it's the boy in white or maybe benevolent spirits of the dead who have died there. But definitely something trying to help, I think.
I want to know what happened that summer in Texas.
They start reminiscing about that.
Sweet romance.
So then we have the moment.
Meanwhile,
the moment arrives, that pivotal moment where Sara all of a sudden gets this crazy "killed the boy" message on her arm. And it's definitely not worms. It's some kind of wound that just appears there.
It's like razor marks.
Yeah.
Again, foreshadowing, probably backshadowing Sarah's past, I'm assuming.
Right. She looks up and she sees Ethan there. Ethan wearing a yellow zip up.
Yeah.
Very, very yellow.
So yellow.
Looks back at her arm, and then she collapses into a seizure. This is where we, on the last rewatch, we were like freaking out, thinking, does this mean Ethan's the man in yellow? You had me like totally tripping out on that. You were like, look at that.
There's only one boy in town, so
yeah. And she looks like she's clearly making that connection that it's Ethan. She looks at Ethan and then looks down at her arm again. And he's sitting there wearing yellow.
Yeah, maybe you're supposed to kill him because he turns evil.
It's the trope of killing baby you-know-who from World War II, who I can't say on a YouTube stream. But that's the trope.
I liked it at rhyme, Julie. You-know-who for World War II.
I didn't even mean to do that, yeah. But it's a time travel trope too, and now we know that there's time travel involved in this show too. So it makes even more sense when you think about it. It could be that there is a helpful entity that's communicating with her, saying kill him before he can grow up and turn into the man in yellow. It's possible.
Well, Ethan did something.
Right. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain what this means. I can explain it a little bit, why this entity would want to get Toby out of the way. Why it told her to kill Toby. Well, Toby may have been a distraction to Jade in figuring out how to get out of there, and he needed to be gotten out of the way. But why Ethan? Why kill Ethan? Mm,
because he either is going to be doing something for the good of the story and the quest, or he's going to turn evil.
right.
One way or the other.
Yeah, it could be that he's gonna. It could be that this, an evil entity wants him dead because he's going to be crucial
Mm-hmm.
in breaking the cycle in the end. And the boy in white chose him for some purpose, some
Mhm.
helpful purpose. So it could be that the boy in white
Yeah.
chose him. I think that's for something helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And so some evil entity wants that to end.
I just remember the last time we did it too. I was really, really cynical and really not thinking that Ethan wore a lot of yellow. So when we rewatched it, I was like, oh my God, he wears a lot of yellow.
Yeah,
I didn't even notice it.
he does. As we kept watching it beyond this point, he wore a lot of other yellow stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just that, there are other clues and hints.
It just keeps getting more and more morbid.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Like it has that picture of like a mutilated torso, and he's like, "Where should we put this? How should we organize this?"
Right. Yeah.
Like, yeah, you are a creepy little kid.
Yeah, he's a creepy little kid. He really is. He's a creepy little kid, like Jade said, and he gets more and more morbid as the show goes on. Tian Chen, her body is like
Mm-hmm.
bleed out. I think he wonders what it looks like on the inside or something.
No, he sees it inside like the cow, and he's like, "Oh, is Kenny's mom like this on the inside?" I'm like, Ethan, you're creeping me out.
Yeah, that was it.
What
Yeah,
the human body look like on the inside? Maybe I'll grow up and figure it out on my own.
right. And he told like Bacta and Boyd, I think it was Boyd in season 3, like very nihilistically, like there isn't any way out.
Yep.
He was convinced that there's no way out.
That's why he's getting angsty.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. Sara later says that the voices told her that Ethan is the last one, and then they can all go home. Why is he the last one? That's another weird thing about it. The last one?
Yeah.
Is he the last one because he's gonna be the essential one to kill in order to stop all of this? Because he turns into the man in yellow as an adult?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's possible. It could be. This is a show dealing with mystical, magical stuff. So if human beings can be turned into monsters, like what happened in the origin story, and that this human child could be turned into this man in yellow entity and sent back into time, who knows? But again, you could look at it the other way. Some evil entity wants to stop him from being a key player in breaking the cycle in the end. So it wants him dead.
Maybe it's the last one before everybody gets massacred and they all kind of technically go home by going to heaven.
Oh, well, there you go.
Or like Abby said, it was like a dream and everybody just wake up, but maybe nobody wakes up.
Right? And this is one of multiple attempts on Ethan's life by this place.
Here I got a table leg through a table leg.
He got impaled with a table leg in the RV accident. Now Sara tries to kill him after this. The Thomas voice in season 3, the Thomas voice on the phone told him, "Mom's coming back on the ambulance. You have to be brave." That's luring him. It's trying to get him outside at night to kill him. That's an obvious.
The window thing too. There was a window that smashed.
Oh, that was another one in season.
It was a lot.
In season 2, the colony house, during that storm, the radio fell off the top of the colony house, and the tower smashed through the window. And Ethan had just been sitting in that exact spot seconds before that. He happened to get up and walk away, and then the fucking tower came crashing through the window. It would have taken him out.
Yes, some entity wants him dead.
Some entity wants him dead, whether it's for a good reason or a bad reason.
reason.
Some entity wants him dead. And then there were 2 attempts in season 3, because when the animals were let loose from the barn, they sent his favorite animal, Alma the goat, to walk right by his window at night. That made him go outside at night to try to get Alma.
Yeah. And we also said he was a man in yellow because it's kind of like a Bootstrap paradox where he can't die because he comes back older.
Right.
So all these things have to happen, and if he's put in harm's way, he won't die. He's like reverse Jim. Right.
So it seems like maybe he can't die. Maybe he keeps surviving all these things because this is a determinism Bootstrap paradox type of time travel story where you can't kill your younger self. If you already have a future, you can't. Nobody can kill your younger self. However, that's not going to stop some people from trying. Like maybe,
yeah, exactly.
Maybe, because maybe like there's an entity or spirits of the dead who don't know that. They don't. They don't know that that's true, so they keep trying to kill him, even though it can't be done. It doesn't stop people from trying in time travel stories to kill someone evil in the past before they can turn into that. It's a trope. It's a trope. So people can hate the idea and the theory all they want, but it's a valid theory. It's a valid theory, and it's possible it could happen. But who knows? I mean, it could just be an evil entity wants him dead because he's going to be important to breaking the cycle.
Or it could mean that he's not exactly the man in yellow, but you see him in the future, and therefore, he can't die in the past.
Right. And
I still think he's man in yellow.
Right. But we have to consider all possibilities, even if we don't like them. You don't have to like it, but following the clues, we should be looking at every possibility. Even a simulation isn't off the table. I don't think they would do it at this point with all the lore that they've laid out, but even that's possible. Again, I don't think it's a simulation at all. But
it's so boring at the end if it was.
It would be terrible, and I don't think they're going to do that. But we have to look at all possibilities, even if we don't like those possibilities. It's not about that.
It's just set up at Jade's company.
Yeah, it's all Jade's.
So what do you think our seizure is about, and how it connects to the other seizures in the show? That specific one she has in the restaurant.
Well, I think people on the show have seizures when they connect with some entity trying to send them a vision or, voices, visions, Sara, it's like their body goes into shock from that ordeal of connecting with this spiritual
But
entity.
I felt like Sara connected it with it before and didn't have a seizure when it was telling her to take out the tongue and kill Toby.
Right.
But she didn't have a seizure then.
No, she didn't. I think it has to be a more overwhelming nature. Having something like cutting into her arm,
through your skin,
was too much. In the woods, I think too many voices were screaming in her head at once.
Yeah.
So when she's out there with Boyd, she has a seizure then, because I think like she seems to be like in pain. Like it seems like they're all screaming in her head, so she has a seizure. Whereas with Toby, I think there was less of that chaos and more just, calm, voices talking to her and telling her to commit murder, but still.
Gently slice his throat as opposed to kill him.
Right.
Gentle.
Right. So
Gentle nudging.
And Ethan has a seizure when he's connecting with that vision of the Lake of Tears. So some entity is giving him that vision, so he goes into a seizure in the RV. Nathan has a seizure after he has a prophetic dream about the boy in white. So it's like their body, it just gets overwhelmed by the experience of connecting with this whatever being is sending them these visions. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes they have these experiences without the seizure, but so this is the final bit here where Victor is out digging graves, which is so darkly comedic. I just loved that. And Donna's like, "What are you doing, Victor? You're freaking everybody out." And he says, "I'm just trying to get a head start this time." It's dark. It's because he's putting the pieces together. He sees the signs, the boy in white, the dogs, the faraway tree. It's starting again. The cycle has begun again. And he knows that's going to culminate in a lot of dead people. So
he really chugs on digging graves, though. I don't know how long he's been doing it, but he's got some pretty good ones dug already.
Yeah. And in season 3, he says that he dug all the graves himself as a kid and buried everyone in town. I find that really hard to believe. There's no way he didn't have help.
Yeah, this speed.
Yeah. He says that he's just trying to get a head start this time because he it was not easy burying the whole town before. Now he wants a head start.
Yep.
Amy, thanks for being with us all this time. This is the end now anyway, so you made it to the end. Appreciate you. I'm just gonna check in with the chat one more time before we wrap it up and end now, because it's time for me to get going for sure. Let's see. Oh, Justin was here. I missed it. Justin was here a while ago. A lunchbox with a revolver in it. Too funny, you guys. Nice seeing Justin. Let's see. Chris Rice said season 1, episode 4 timestamp. Victor told Ethan that he first saw the boy in white before the first 2 cars came. So did Victor see the boy in white before he got to Fromville, or did he experience another cycle after his mom failed? I think his memory was just failing him. That's what I think. I think he's just remembering it wrong. He's an unreliable narrator, so that's my opinion. I think he was in one of those 2 cars, and he saw the boy in white after. Let's see. Yeah, wonder where Victor got the revolver from. Probably one of the previous residents, A lot of people have come through there. Michael, Victor, I keep my crayons close and my lunchbox too. It's packed with drawings and my 22. Don't need a badge, don't need a crew. When shit hits the fan, I know just what to do. I walk real quiet. I know right where to hide. I go to my box truck when it gets loud outside. That's great. That's a snippet from a Fromville Rhapsody Part 4. Victor, the man-child of Fromville. Nice, Michael. That's great.
He's got bars. He's got bars.
Bars, yeah. Yeah, Amy, I would say they are like brothers now. Tabitha and Miranda's sons. Watching the boy in white in his natural habitat. It's great.
Maybe he was off to tennis practice, I think.
Yeah, it looks like he's off to tennis practice. That's what I think too. Let's see. Martin said maybe that tree is the one that keeps you in the same place but travels you through different times. Because he was looking around expecting the rock to drop there. Yeah, it looked like he was expecting the rock to drop behind him. He was looking around like he knew the rock was going to fall there. I think that must be how the boy in white demonstrated. This is what I think. I think the boy in white is controlling the tree in this moment when Victor's doing this with Ethan, and I think this is how the boy in white showed him. Is got to be the person who told Victor a lot of stuff about how this place works when he befriended him.
Right, when he was there alone, probably, right?
Yeah. So I think that since the boy in white, I think the boy in white can control where the trees go. He showed Victor that way. He showed him by throwing a rock in there and making it fall right there. And he did it again just in absentia right then, like when Victor demonstrated it to Ethan. So it's everything Victor is relaying to Ethan. I think he got that information from the boy in white, and the boy in white controlled it. He controlled where that rock was going to fall. It did make it look a little too predictable, though. Like you want to instill some fear that if you go into the tree, you might wind up somewhere bad. So don't try it unless you're in an emergency situation. Football said the trees would be considered a black hole or portal. Yeah, like a wormhole, like Samuel said. I agree. Michael, I solemnly swear, Victor, I solemnly swear, don't pull my gun out for fun, but I fired it in the air to make them damn dogs run. Oh, that's great.
He really did save Jim's life.
Yeah, he did. He did. And Michael has this Suno playlist here where he made a lot of fun songs for from the show, based on the show. Great stuff. Martin said, I recently found that crows can pass on to their offspring what you look like, so even their offspring will recognize you. Wow, that's true. I'm not sure.
Crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, they've done studies. They've done studies at colleges where they got volunteers to wear masks around crows. And then, like 5 years later, they had other students wear the same mask and the crows attacked them because they remember the mask, because the people with the mask would try to irritate the crows, the original generation of crows.
Wow.
So even generations later, they saw a certain mask, they would stay away from it.
Or maybe they don't like masks.
Or attack it.
Mm.
Yeah, masks.
Yeah, so, maybe they don't like masks.
So other kids could wear it like over time. And so the crows didn't see a human face and then start attacking that person and all the relatives down the line. You know.
Right. Spooky.
That is spooky.
Football.
Here, what's this from?
Huh.
I like to do a little impression for you. Call, bang, fuck, I'm dead. Bonus points for anybody who knows what.
It's the crow. It's the
crow. Scarlet knows.
Yeah, she knows.
I haven't seen that. It sounds kind of morbid for me. That's that story. So I haven't wanted to watch that one yet.
Great soundtrack.
My brand new favorite holiday. Sorry.
Yeah. So football thinks Victor hit the box truck during the time when he was alone. Michael said the box truck is where Victor says he goes when it gets loud outside. Recall that Boyd says that before he found the talismans, the monsters used to just walk around and scream and shriek all night, assuming that qualifies as getting loud out. But I don't know if that would have kept him safe from the monsters, though, before the talismans existed. I don't know.
It would have just been if they didn't know he was in there.
Yeah.
Hiding spot, remember?
Right.
He picked a bad spot.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if he could survive that many years there in the truck without getting caught. It may just be, though, that he was... Honestly, I don't think the monsters wanted to kill him. I don't think the monsters wanted to kill him because they would have had nothing to feed on during that time. He was like a great meal. His fear made a great meal for the monsters, for the evil entity feeding on the fear through the monsters. It's all that grief he has, all that trauma. It was too good to just get rid of him, to kill him off. So that's why I think that's really the main reason he survived, because the monsters just didn't want to kill him. The entity controlling the monsters would rather just feed off of his pain and suffering than kill him off. So that's really the reason at the end of the day. So yeah, he could have spent his time in that box truck, and probably he would have been just fine even without a talisman. As a matter of fact, there was no talisman in there in season 2 when he goes off there and hangs out there for the night with Tabitha. There's no talisman there until Boyd shows up with his own talisman, and they spend the night in there together. There's no talisman, and Victor hangs out in there. So I just don't think the monsters want to kill him. The big bad wants to feed on his suffering and keep him alive.
You know what's delicious?
What?
Victor's suffering.
Yeah. Seriously, that's what I think. I think that they find it delicious, so they don't want to kill him. Maybe, and I think that's why Kenny is going to be around until the bitter end.
Oh no, not Kenny. No.
They'd rather just milk Kenny's fear and suffering.
They would just kill all the people that matter to Kenny around him. It might be Acosta. As soon as he gets a relationship with her, they'll just kill her off.
Yep.
I was thinking about Victor in the swing coat monster too. Like when she says, "You keep coming down here, he might do something." But I wonder how many threats they just did that were really empty threats because they just wanted him to be fearful. Cultivate that fear. Yum yum.
Right.
And it's so tasty too.
Yes. Just like candy. Yeah. It's an I Love Lucy quote. So
Vita Beta Benjamin.
crows are all liars. Who's old Nan? Carl.
Game of Thrones reference.
Oh, okay.
I thought you met his grandmother.
No. Yeah, that's old Nan. Old Nan, even in the show, drops a lot of like quick firing exposition. She's very important. She speaks the truth. Tune in next week, Game of Thrones. You know?
Yeah. What is I'm with Alice said the From Merry-Go-Round is kind of like the Howl's Moving Castle Dialador. What's that? I don't know what that is.
I would have thought Scarlet would know that.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. I don't know what Dialador is.
Yeah, I don't know. Amy said, "Wow, Alice never thought of that." I don't know what that is.
Sounds creepy as fuck.
I'd have to Google that. Howl's Moving Castle.
It's a good movie. It's an anime movie.
Okay.
I just don't remember that part of it.
Yeah.
Anime, huh?
Amy said, "I laughed when Boyd was screaming. Primal scream is good for you, I hear." Yeah, people used to do that, and I don't know if it's still a common thing in therapy, but people used to do that. The boy in yellow. Oh, maybe he is. And then the teenager in yellow. Now he's the teen in yellow. Yeah, his pajamas with the horses were a little bit yellow, Amy. Donna the Butcher got that question from Ethan. Oh, okay. About the dead cow. I remember that now. AA said, "I've always been so confused on the bootstrap paradox theory." Well, bootstrap paradoxes, it's meant to be confusing. There's no beginning and no end. That's the thing about it. It's like a chicken versus egg scenario. There is no clear start or finish to it. the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning. If you want to be confused, if you want a masterclass in bootstrap paradoxes, you check out the series Dark. There are many, many bootstrap paradoxes, and it's an endless loop. I'm not going to say any of them.
I haven't even gotten the second. I haven't gotten to the second season.
I don't think you're ever going to at this point. But then again, who am I to say? It took me
I
years.
keep covering
to finish
shows.
Lost. It took me years to finish Lost. But
I mean, I'm focusing on School Spirits, and there's other shows that I might do, and it's just a lot, and I can't get back to it.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of bootstrap paradoxes in that. It's a masterclass in it, and watch that show if you wanna delve into that area, because it's really the best example of it. It's very hard to depict this sort of time travel and to do it well, but that show, it was perfect. And it's it's Julie throwing the rope to Boyd. That's a bootstrap paradox, because it already happened that way. It happened that way because it always happened that way. She threw the rope to Boyd, but we didn't know it was her at the time. Then Boyd later goes on to save her from that cicada coma, and she goes back in time after that to throw the rope to him. And there's no beginning and no end. If he hadn't been saved by her, then he wouldn't have been able to go save her. And it's a never-ending cycle. Like it's impossible to try to figure out.
It's because it's her future.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's happening in her future persona's past. It's like if you're going down a highway and you did a U-turn and you came back and then you kept going again.
Right.
Thus
Like
bootstrap.
Like going to From.
Yeah, it's just a loop.
Yeah. So that's
why you can't die if somebody tries to kill you, because you won't die.
Because you never did die.
Because you never did die. Correct.
Yeah, and the bootstrap paradox model of time travel, if you already have a future in the story, then somebody can't go back in time and kill you in the past, because it wouldn't work. It would fail every time. So that's by contrast to the grandfather paradox, where you could go back in time and your existence gets erased.
Back to the Future.
Oh my god. You in my head? Get out of my head.
Oh no. I'm in both of your heads. Haha.
Whoa.
Oh no.
Walk?
Yeah. Well, now we're all sharing a mind.
Oh no. Pluribus.
Pluribus, yeah. Yeah, that would be a really traumatizing thing for a young kid, aka young Victor, to bury all those bodies. Yeah, that's for sure. AA. I can't understand how that could have worked. How he could possibly do it all by himself, unless he did it over a long. I don't know. No, he wouldn't have. He would have had to do it all at once. And he said that he moved all those cars. That he's the one who eventually moved all their cars to a distant place so that he wouldn't have to look at them all the time. He was just a 10-year-old kid. How did he move all those cars himself?
If he did it over time, he could do it,
Yeah.
Like slowly learn how to drive. Oh, is that why one of the cars is in the pool? Because he was trying to learn how to drive?
Oh, well, that would be a good guess.
Right.
But
he's like, whoops.
that would have been. They should have just gone with that. That would have made perfect sense. No, but in season 3 they just randomly made up 2 names and said, "Oh, that was so and so."
Right? Yeah.
People we never heard of. Boyd was telling somebody that about those people. I don't know why. I think it was kind of a signal from the writers to us that they're going to answer all the questions, even minor ones like how the truck get in the pool. Annie in the chat said, thanks, Julie. I enjoyed the chat. Been here, but doing school run breakfasts and pottering. Lovely start to my day. Keep up the good theorizing. Had many good points today. Oh, well, thank you.
Did they change your name from anyone to any adult?
It looks like Annie, and then it's NDLT.
How was adult?
No, it's
Any adult? No.
it's still a little confusing, isn't it? I'm just gonna say Annie. I'm gonna say Annie and leave it at.
Then you should ask if he's okay.
If what?
You should ask Annie if he's okay. Annie, are you
Oh,
okay?
Annie, are you okay?
Yes.
I didn't get it at first. My brain is fried. Well, thank you for being here and listening. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here for all this time, all these hours. One day at a time. Okay, have the best day you can. Well, that's all we can do. That's all I can do. So, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And you too. Hope you have a great day. The best day that you can. So, I have the treadmill going now, so sorry about the little bit of noise. I couldn't wait any longer. I need to use the treadmill just to manage my pain level. Now, Michael said, now what I wonder, do the talismans function as a key to control the trees? Keep in mind, Victor's lunchbox had a talisman in it when he gave it to Tabitha. Yeah, it did. It's possible that they could control the trees, or the lunchbox itself allowed Tabitha to get to Camden, Maine, where Victor's from. That's what I think. That's how I think she got there.
Yeah, because it had his address in it.
Yeah, and even if it didn't,
yeah.
Even if it didn't, maybe just the fact that it was his like special enchanted object made her go back to his hometown. Like if she had taken someone else's special object, then she might have been taken somewhere else. The boy in white told him to take some belonging from each of the dead and bury them with it. Why? Is there some special significance to them? Can you control where the faraway trees take you, or where the lighthouse portal takes you if you bring that item? I think that's possible. I believe that. Yeah, Victor had his lunchbox with him when he took Ethan into the forest too. He might have had a talisman in it even then. AA said it's true. Crows hold generational grudges. Interesting. Chili outside said, why do the monsters collect things? Is it tied to their previous humanity, even though they may have never seen some of the things they take? Probably.
Yeah, like that grandfather clock.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Or that 50s table. That's down the caves.
Yeah. I think it's probably because they used to be human, so they're drawn to these things. There's some vestige of humanity left inside them somewhere, and it draws them to take these things. Michael, not saying it was the only place, but one of his hiding spots. Right, the peach truck. Clearly, he kept a ton of his trinkets and stuff in there. Oh, absolutely. I think he probably spent a lot of time in there. I agree. Hey, Miss J. Thanks for popping in. Michael, Bootstrap paradox. Something from the future changes something in the past that enables the thing in the future to change the thing in the past that enables the future event to impact the past event. Now,
Yeah, it's easy. It's super simple.
That's a head trip for you. But that's a bootstrap paradox. Yes. So yeah. So if you look at this in terms of Julie and the throwing the rope to Boyd, so Julie changed something in the past. She was in the future changing something in the past by throwing the rope to Boyd that enabled herself in the future to do that, to be able to change the thing in the past.
Back in time and steal my mojo.
and in doing so, by throwing the rope to Boyd, changing that thing in the past, she enabled the future event to impact the past event. So she enabled her future self to do it. She wouldn't have been able to even throw the rope to Boyd if she hadn't thrown the rope to Boyd. If she hadn't thrown the rope to Boyd, she wouldn't have been able to
throw the rope to Boyd.
Yes, because he goes on to save her life after that. And so she wouldn't have been alive to go back and throw him the rope if she hadn't somehow already done it through time travel. That's the bootstrap paradox right there.
So is it the chicken or the egg? Well, which one's first?
There is no answer. Neither is first. It's a closed loop. Doing the thing, like Michael says, doing the thing in from the future enables the past version of you to get to the future, to do the thing from the future that allows your past self to get to the point you do the thing in the future that lets your past self get to that future point where you go back to do the thing.
Let's do the damn thing.
And he wrote in the chat, "Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed."
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm cross-eyed.
Yeah. Or when Saeed shot Ben in Lost, that was a bootstrap paradox. That was a really pivotal one on Lost. Oh, okay. AA said, "I understand a bit more now." Good. I thought I probably just made it even more confusing.
I wonder which one. Which one was the good one?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because that was like
They're all good ones.
8 minutes ago. And they're all good ones. But that was 8 minutes ago, so who knows? So, AA says, "I feel like Victor was forced to grow up too fast." Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why emotionally he's stunted. And that's a classic trauma response. He's stuck in a 10-year-old boy's emotional state, which is he's frozen at the time of the trauma. That's when the trauma happened to him. Michael, something in the future impacting something in the past that enables the future event. Yeah, so there's kind of not really a starting point per se. It's just a logical loop. Yes.
Have you ever watched Primer? Go watch Primer, and then watch it again.
Go watch what?
The movie Primer. It's about time travel.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that.
Highly recommended by me.
Scarlet, that's not the one that's like low budget and it involves like a public storage. Is that one?
Yeah, it's that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that one recommended, and they say that's really well done.
Yeah, it is really well done.
Such a low budget and really well written. Great movie. That's one that's on my list.
Yeah, we should watch Party at some time.
Yeah.
Primer. Okay, I'll make a note of that.
That's the one I was telling you about that one time. That's like,
oh, really?
It's like lower budget, but it's like such a well told story. That's what well told story about time travel.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I like time travel stories. We just watched. What was the one we were just watching? Looper. We just watched Looper recently, and then we did a watch party in the Discord recently and watched Synchronic.
Oh yeah.
Another time travel one. That was really good.
And you watched part of Resolution, but you didn't finish it.
Yeah.
Someday we'll get to the Endless. We should start with the Endless first, because that would have gripped your attention a little bit more.
Yeah. I definitely want to see that movie. Annie said, it's my Discord handle, No Day Like Tomorrow. Oh, okay.
Oh, the NDL.
Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll just call you Annie now. Why is this a thing?
But are you okay though? Are you okay, Annie?
Why is this a thing? My worst nightmare. Thanks, Julie and Carl, making me laugh. I kid you not. Even my real name gets me in this problem, so I guess it always follows me. Okay. Well, we'll just say Annie now and keep it simple. glad you're not annoyed at all the butchering of your name. Michael, the talismans do have tree-like runes on them. May have multiple functions. Who knows? That's true. It could be. Maybe. Yeah, I'm sure they'll explain it more in the future. I hope, if that's the case. Annie said, I know it's done before, but we defo need a what questions do they need to answer stream. I can see us all really getting involved on that one. Oh, absolutely. Yes. I'll make a note of that. We'll definitely do one of those. I've done one of those before, and I'll happily do one again. Unanswered questions, because there's a lot. I've been making a list before, and I need to get back to compiling the list as we're doing the rewatch. That's right. Okay so far, because I got the Julie B stream. Oh, that's sweet, Annie. Oh, I'm glad you're doing okay, Annie. That's perfect. Oh no, it's so funny, made us closer. Nice. Well, it's so cool to see new people getting more involved in the chat and see our little community expanding. That's awesome. Even like not everybody is new, but may just not have been a chatting person before, so they're new to us for chatting purposes. So it's cool. Like Annie, just haven't chatted a lot before. So really, really glad to see more people getting involved. And anyway, I appreciate all of you guys for listening, whether you're chatting or not, including the replay gang. So thank you in advance for watching this. If you've made it to the end, huge thank you. If you're even hearing this at all, thank you to the replay gang. And check out my new video if you haven't already. It's on the teaser trailer for season 4, plus the new promotional image from collider.com and some of my predictions for season 4. So it's a deep dive. It's 27 minutes long, but it's something I put a lot of work into. So I'm happy I finally got it done. And so if you haven't checked it out, it's the latest video on my channel, and it's in the description of this video. You'll find a link to it as well. Thank you so much for checking it out. And please, if you do check it out, hit the like button, help people find it. That way it gets it into the algorithm. And another thing that you can do is hype it. You can hype 3 videos per week, and small creators like myself get extra points from YouTube. So it really helps a lot if you hype the video, pushes it out to more people, and it's free for you. Also, leaving a comment in the comment section boosts it in the algorithm big time. And I reply to every comment that I see. So I think I've managed to hit every single one. I replied to all of them. Even a couple that were a little bit rude, just borderline rude.
So send your rude comments to Julie.
No, don't send your rude comments. Good night, AA. Yeah, so yeah, check out that video if you haven't. Share it a little bit, add it to a playlist. Those are other ways to help boost it in the algorithm. As a small creator, I'm fighting an uphill battle to get that video out to more eyeballs so more people can find it. So if you can do those things, it would help me out a lot. And I'll be making more videos like that. Probably next week if I can get one done by then. But I'll definitely be doing at least 2 more theory videos before season 4 comes out. And I'm not sure which night we're going to do the next stream, but I will let everybody know as soon as I know. But it'll be within the next few days. We'll do episode 5 rewatch, and I'll do a watch party again in the Discord for episode 5. And again, unsure exactly when, but it will be in the next few days. So keep an eye on the Discord if you're in there, and I'll schedule the live stream on YouTube and make a YouTube community post to announce that. So yeah, the schedule is fluid right now because of my health situation. That's why it's hard to stick to a really firm schedule, but I'm thinking it'll probably be like Friday night that we do the next stream. But it could change depending on how I'm feeling. So I appreciate everybody's understanding.
Well, if anybody wants to do anything, tomorrow night we're hosting some school spirits bingo and a watch party on Sci-Fi Vision. It's the finale. You can even play bingo if you've never seen the show. Just watch the show and check things off your bingo, and you can win a prize.
Oh, cool.
11
Sounds
p.m. EST. Watch party is like 9:30 EST.
Nice.
I sent a link. I actually got a link where it could just generate you a bingo card. That's really nice.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we'll see how the bingo goes. I'm pretty psyched to play bingo.
Cool. I'll get the
maybe we can do from bingo eventually if it's successful.
Oh, yeah. That would be fun. And let's see. I'll get the Sci-Fi Vision link and put it in the chat.
Thank you. Appreciative.
Okay. Carl's gonna do it since I'm on the treadmill.
Okay, thanks, Carl.
Thanks. That'll make it easier for me.
So just the channel.
Yep, just the channel link.
Yeah, that's
check
fine.
out Sci-Fi Vision.
Oh yeah, we also did a 90-minute interview with Alex Zahara, who plays Principal Hartman, and that's a pretty fun interview.
Oh, cool.
He reminds me a lot of Doug Hughes. He tells a lot of stories. He's pretty animated. He's been in theater.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh. Let's see. I'll check out School Spirits AA. I haven't had a chance, but I am planning on checking out the show. I've heard good things, from Scarlet. So
yeah,
I'm gonna check it out. I just didn't have a chance, and I'm too busy with the From preparations for season 4 to cover a show right now. Even if I were ready, I just can't juggle everything. I can't juggle any new shows until From is over. All my focus has got to be there because of my health condition. But I'll definitely just check out the show as a fan, as a casual viewer. With Alice, thanks guys. It's a lot of... What?
You want to play some bingo?
With Alice says, thanks guys. It's been a lot of fun. It's good to see more people getting on board with the sweet little Ethan just might be evil train.
Just might be.
Yes, it is. It is good to see that. It's, I'm always bracing myself for people to just say how much they hate that theory, but it's good to see people being a little more open-minded to possibilities. You never know. And there's the link to Sci-Fi Vision.
Oh, thanks. That's cute. Thanks.
There it is. So you can find the live with for School Spirits with Jamie and Scarlet. Does anyone is Jen on that with you too?
Yeah, Jen's on it with us too. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be also quizzing Jen on School Spirits because both me and Jamie know the quiz questions. So we're just going to quiz Jen and the people in the chat.
Okay.
It'll be fun. It's like a party.
Sounds like fun. Martin said, was the compass in Lost a loop too? Ask Carl, please, Julie. Yes. Yes, the compass was also a loop. I've only watched Lost once, so I'd have to think about that.
Here, I'm gonna put something in the chat that kind of explains it off of Red.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to think about it and try to remember the compass thing, because offhand I don't remember. But Third Shift Lurker says, "Good night, y'all. Thank you for another long live. You definitely helped me get through my night. 2 more hours and I'm off work." Well, glad to be of service. As always, glad we could help. And it just, yeah, I keep saying I want to do these lives earlier, but a lot of times I'm struggling to shift my schedule, so it winds up being late at night again. So it was late again, but I am going to try to make them a little bit earlier. So I'm sorry in advance, because I know it does keep people company when they're doing third shift. And if we move it earlier, then there's going to be less of a benefit for those people. So that sucks, and I'm sorry. But I do want to try doing them a little bit earlier. But it's hard. It's hard for me to change once I'm stuck in my habits. But I'm glad that we could help, and I hope the rest of your shift goes well and you get done quickly and have a great day. Martin says, "You'll only truly get the show if you rewatch it. After you have, it will be number 1 in your eyes, I'm sure."
So just start over, Julie. That's all you have to do. It's
So
easy.
I basically have to just start from the beginning.
Yeah.
I finally reached the finish line, and I have to start over again.
You didn't reach the finish line because you got to rewatch it all again.
Oh my God. I just finished. I just got through 6 seasons of this mind-bending. Oh my God.
Well, loss becomes your own bootstrap paradox.
Oh, I loved the show, so I don't mind starting it over again, but it is quite a mammoth task, though, getting through that show. That is a lot. There are so many episodes, and we're used to these tiny little short seasons now. So it's like you approach a show that's old and has that many episodes, and it's a huge undertaking. But and not to mention one that makes you think this much. It's not exactly a casual watch. You really have to be focusing and trying to figure things out the whole time, and it is a challenge, but it's a lot of fun. It's a great show. It's definitely one of the best I've ever seen. I wouldn't say it's number 1 of all time for me, but it's one of the best I think ever. My number 1 show is still The Twilight Zone, but maybe Martin will be right, and after I rewatch it, it'll be number 1. Who knows? So, okay. So Karl posted the explanation of the compass bootstrap paradox here. Let's see. Interesting. So it's
Pass back and forth between Locke and Albert.
Yeah.
Ricardus.
So it's once again, it's got no clear point of origin, no start or finish. It's passed back and forth between Locke and Richard Alpert across different decades, aging approximately 50 years during each cycle, but never having been created by a manufacturer within the show's timeline. Cool. That's right. I remember that now. Michael, it's Lost is the show that doesn't end. It just goes on and on. I can hear that song in my head now. The song that never ends. Somebody started watching it not knowing what it was, and she just keeps watching it forever just because Lost is the show that doesn't end. Now that's in my head. Yep.
Here's another show reference. All this has happened before, and all this will happen again.
What is that from? Is it?
It's not actually the modern Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, I would not have guessed that.
I can hear the music starting right now too.
Uh,
It goes. Dun, 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 dun. Anybody who watched it would know what I'm talking about.
I would not have guessed that. I don't know much about Battlestar Galactica, so I was like, I have no idea what that could be from. Interesting. Well, that's definitely one on the list to eventually watch.
Yeah.
I've only watched Caprica.
Oh my god.
What did she say?
I thought you get a laugh out of that one, Carl.
It was like the prequel.
Oh.
There was some interesting concepts there, but
Yeah.
the original show is the shiznit.
Yeah. I've heard great things about it. I mean, a lot of people loved it.
As documented by one of the episodes of Portlandia.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
That's the one where they couldn't stop binging it.
Yeah.
Twilight Zone. Yeah, Twilight Zone can be a hit or miss. That's true, Samuel, but there are so many more hits than misses that I can forgive the few misses. And for me, it's just, there's just nothing better than that show. I think it's a masterpiece. But any anthology series is going to have misses sometimes. It's not always going to be perfect. It's going to have inconsistencies.
Like the episode with the genie in a bottle.
Oh, yeah, that was terrible. I dream of Genie.
Yeah.
It's a cookbook.
One of the best episodes. But there are some duds, that's for sure. It's inevitable when you have different characters and stories in every episode. It's going to be different levels of quality. It's still my favorite, though. Is Susie, one of the Losties here. Yeah, Susie, I'm going to be doing a Lost stream soon, so I'll put out an announcement in the Discord once I pick a day to actually do it, and yeah, so I'll make sure I let everybody know so all the Losties can hopefully pop in for that one. It's been a long time coming, finally finishing it, so I can do a Lost stream soon. And yeah, Twilight Zone season 4 was probably the weakest season. Like Jay said, it wasn't
the whole hour ones.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to go for a whole hour. A half hour is the perfect amount of time. Yeah, you would think that more would be better. I was surprised by how much the quality went down in most of that season, but there were a few real standouts that I thought were excellent. I do think there were a few phenomenal episodes, and even in that one, but I agree that was the weakest. And anyway, so our next stream will be the season 1 episode 5 rewatch stream, most likely Friday night. I'm going to shoot for 10 p.m. Eastern and see if I can actually make it that time. But we will see how things go. It could wind up being later than that. And the treadmill just stopped, but I think I know why that happened. Anyway, so yeah, and then next week we'll do more of the From Rewatch, and I'm going to try to fit in that Lost stream. At least maybe a week from now, I'm going to try, but haven't set the schedule yet, and I'm gonna reach out to Jay as well, because it was his idea to do the Lost stream, and so I want to make sure I coordinate with him. So anyway, I hope everybody has a good day or a good night, and thank you for listening as always. Thank you to the replay gang. Thank you, Scarlet and Carl and everybody in the chat. And we will see you on the next one.
Good night, Cherry Pops.
Say goodnight, Carl.
Say good night, Carl.
Good night, Carl.
I'm gonna go dig some graves. I really dig graves, if you know what I mean.
That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yeah, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone into pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die